Good morning, everyone. My name is Devon Thompson. I am one of three vice president of the UIC. I'm responsible for the Middlesex County. I'm also responsible for the management of the UIC's marketing campaign. This morning, we're here to announce the official beginning of the Walk for Liberty. So the schedule of events, the virtual stage is now open. If you are a UIC member, if you are a UIC supporter, if you are a UIC prospect, you should have received an email link in your email address, which should give you access to the virtual stage, which you can join right now at any moment. The virtual stage link will expire in a few minutes. In the next 30 minutes, we have Dr. Ira Bernstein coming on. He's the doctor that has never lost a patient. To clarify, has never lost a COVID-19 patient. And he will be on with us at 9 a.m. Today to discuss that. So while we wait until more folks join us, okay, there we go. Let's see. So what we're going to be doing today actually is we're going to be monitoring the actual Walk for Liberty. We're going to have folks on site showing us exactly what's going on. We're going to have speeches from the UIC Vice President Winston Wright, and we're going to have speeches as well from the UIC's President, Mr. Joseph Patterson. So this stream is just here to ensure that everybody's aware of what's going on, to make sure if you're watching this right now, to remember that you need to go, oh shoot, let's see. Okay, there we go. Just make sure our stream is working right now. Good morning, Debbie Jervis. Happy Independence Day. Unfortunately, Debbie, we are not so 100% independent. And, you know, this is one of the reasons why the UIC exists. The UIC exists to change the Constitution, to change the Constitution from a colonial constitution to a Jamaican-made constitution. So I have messages coming in. I have people joining me here. So I might be a little bit distracted. Joseph, what are you doing in the comment section? You should be at the Walk for Liberty. What are you doing here? you're in the wrong place. You're walking online. Yes, one day we will be truly independent, you know, and that's what we hope for. But that day will be when the UIC becomes government and actually changes the Constitution and gives us a real Independence Day. Yeah, and this Independence Day is not so happy at all. It's a fairly sad one because we have so many things happening. We have issues with our environment, with the mining issue. You know, we have police arresting people for not wearing masks. You know, we have, I'm not even sure what's going on with the issue with the young lady who had her locks cut, because I'm hearing different things. I'm hearing that she did it herself. I'm hearing that police did. We don't know what's going on, but you know, there are so many things happening today that's making the so-called independence a very unhappy Independence Day, you know, as Joseph is saying there in the comment section. Joe P, Good morning, sir. How are you doing? Joe P, you're also in the wrong location. You're in the wrong place. You should be heading to Hero Circle for 9 a.m. What are you doing in our comment section, Joe P? Okay, waiting to get some people to join our live here. Getting some messages. Let's see what's going on. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that was someone asking for the link for the virtual stage, and I'm going to send that link to him right now. Great. So we're live on Facebook. We're live on Twitter. We're also live on YouTube. So what we're doing here is we're checking to make sure that everything's going well. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to turn my phone on to go live on Instagram as well, so that people on the IG can see what's going on. It's kind of difficult to stream directly from here to Instagram. There are some issues with it. So for the folks on Instagram, if you're on Facebook right now watching this, that's why you're not seeing us there. So I'm gonna go live on Instagram and have some folks from there come over to our live stream. Okay, so okay, Joe P, you're on your way. Good. That's good. That's good. Okay. If you're watching this, and you're in Jamaica, I need you to head to Hero Circle right now. You still have time. Head to Hero Circle right now for 9 a.m. So I'm now live on Instagram as well. So for all the folks on Instagram, jump onto our Facebook page or a YouTube page, and you'll be able to tune into what's going on. We won't be able to give you the full experience on Instagram. All right. If you're in Kingston, if you're in Portmore, if you're in St. Andrew, if you're in Portland, if you're in Westmoreland, wherever you are in Jamaica, if you're in Jamaica right now, I need you to jump on a bus, jump in your car, jump on a taxi, and head to Hero Circle right now for 9 a.m. In a few minutes, we have Dr. Ira Bernstein coming on to talk to Jamaicans about how you can protect yourself from this virus. Yeah, so Dr. Bernstein has never lost a COVID-19 patient. That's his claim. He has never lost a COVID-19 patient. So we need to know what he's been doing, because we need to pass this information on to doctors in Jamaica, because we need to save more lives. Now, this show isn't about, or the Walk for Liberty isn't about the vaccine. The Walk for Liberty isn't about a medication. The Walk for Liberty is about the refusal, the rejection of the use of force, fraud, and coercion to mandate or to coerce Jamaicans into getting something that they do not want, into getting something that they don't want in their body. It's an individual choice. It's my body, my choice. The Jamaican people, as a person, the UIC says, you are a sovereign entity. You are a sovereign person. Your body is yours. In our so-called Jamaican constitution that is supposed to be protecting or Charter of Rights. It says that you have a right to your security of person. And security of person means that you have a right to your bodily autonomy. However, the Constitution also allows our government to infringe upon those rights via the means of a public emergency, creating the Disaster Risk Management Act. And that is how your rights are being trampled on. The UIC wants to change all of this. And we have to change all of this, right? And how we change it is by ensuring that we have a UIC government. A UIC government dedicated to constitutional, economic, and societal changes. And the UIC is actually now working on the Jamaican Constitution. We have a Constitution Committee working on our Constitution. And we'll be presenting that Constitution to our membership for review, then our supporters, then our prospects, and then we'll make it available for review and for debate with the Jamaican public. The UIC is working on life-changing plans because we have to change the way we do things in Jamaica. Police must respect your individual rights and freedoms. Nurses must respect your individual rights and freedom. The army, doctors, elected, unelected officials. Okay? Nobody is excluded from this. You have a responsibility to also protect your own life, liberty, and property, but at the same time, to not infringe upon the life, liberty, and property of others. Okay? Now let's see what's going on. If you're on Instagram right now, join us on Facebook, okay? If you're gonna join the virtual stage with me here, and you wanna talk, make sure your camera is on. If you're gonna join the virtual stage, make sure that you're using your full name. Okay, guys? Okay, we got a few people joining us here on our virtual stage. Let's wait for their mics to come on. Okay. Mark, Sheldon, let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me, guys. Okay, Mark, your audio is not on. I can see you, but your audio isn't on. If you're joining us from Instagram, go over to our Facebook page, UIC, www.uicjamaica, www.facebook.com/UIC Jamaica, and you'll be able to get the full experience of what's going on. Yeah, Mark, Sheldon, your audio is still not on. Okay. Mark, how are you doing? Can you hear me? If you're talking, you're muted. Yeah, if you're talking, you're muted. You gotta unmute. All right.
Okay.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. So what's the pro? When is the march? Today or tomorrow?
What's that?
When is the march? Today or tomorrow?
It's today. It's today. It's on at 9 a.m.
Man.
Yeah. But you missed it. You were trying to head out.
Yes. Joe left already?
Yeah, he already left. He's on his way there. And there's a few people on their way there.
They're passing my house, man.
Yeah, so head there.
I said they're passing my house.
Yeah, so put on a blue shirt and head to Hero Circle.
What I mean, can he pick me up? Or it's too late?
You're gonna have to call him. You're gonna have to call him. Good morning. If you're joining us from Instagram, to get the full experience of the Walk for Liberty, please visit our website. Please visit Facebook, www.facebook.com/UIC Jamaica to get the full experience. Okay, guys. So jump off Instagram, head to Facebook. You can also go to YouTube on the UIC's UIC Liberty page, and you can watch us on YouTube as well. We're live on Twitter as well. Twitter.com/UIC Jamaica. All right. Jump off Instagram and head to Facebook, head to Twitter, and head to YouTube if you want the full experience. Okay, guys. Yeah, you're gonna have to give him a call. Give Mr. Patterson a call and see. All right.
Okay.
All right.
He's probably passed me by now.
Come on, give him a call. Give him a call. So a reminder, guys, we have Dr. Bernstein coming on in a few minutes. Hopefully he'll be here early because we have some very interesting things to discuss. So you want to be here for that. He'll be here at the top of the hour. So make sure you're tuning in to our Facebook, our Twitter, our YouTube page so that you can get the full experience. All right, guys. Sheldon, your mic is off. I don't see your mic connected. Let's see if we can get your mic connected so that you can say something to our people here. If you're joining us from Instagram, head over to the UIC's Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter page, www.facebook.com/UIC Jamaica, www.twitter.com/UIC Jamaica. The name of our page on YouTube is UIC Liberty TV. So if you want the full experience, you want to hear clearly what Dr. Ira Bernstein has to say, head to those pages. If you're in Jamaica right now and you're not heading to Hero Circle, jump in your car, jump in a bus, and head to Hero Circle right now. The Walk for Liberty starts at 9 a.m. All right, folks. Sorry, Mark, you were saying something?
Is this Zoom call private or can it be shared, or what's the?
Yes, it can be shared. It can be shared. If you're on the UIC's email list, you would have received an invitation. The invitation provides access to this link. So we're not. So the link is at the moment private, meant for people who we've So so we want to keep our Zoom secure, and that's for obvious reasons.
Yeah, man.
Right? But yeah, all right.
But this is being recorded, or that can be shared when it's finished, right?
Yes. So you're live right now on Facebook.
Really?
Yes. We're live on Facebook right now. You didn't realize that we were live?
I knew we were live, but
Yeah,
not.
no. We're live right now on Facebook. We're live on Twitter. We're live on YouTube. And we're also live on Instagram. But our friends here on Instagram aren't seeing you because at the moment it's a bit tricky to stream live to Instagram. So we're asking all Instagram users to head over to our Facebook, Twitter, and our YouTube page, right? This is about the UIC's Walk for Liberty, all right? So let's see what we have in the chat here. Is there a live stream for the event? That's from Ralph Ford. Yes, Ralph Ford, there is a live stream. When the event starts, we're gonna have somebody tapping in from there into this stream, and you guys will be able to see everything that is happening. What we're doing here is we're covering the event. We're showing you exactly what's going on the ground, because we know that the Jamaica Observer, the Jamaica Gleaner, TVJ, CVM, you know, all our major media friends will not be covering this, because what did they say about the revolution? The revolution will not be televised. So we have to televise it ourselves. We have to bring this out to the people ourselves, okay? And you're here to help us. So I want you to share this link right now. Share the stream. Share the Twitter stream. Share the YouTube stream. Share the Facebook stream. You want to get thousands of people on this live, right? We want to get Jamaicans from the diaspora, from Toronto, from New York, from the United Kingdom, from Nigeria, from Ghana. You want to get everybody on this stream because we want people to see what's going on. Our friends in Barbados will be walking for their liberty tomorrow. Or you guys are seeing what's happening in Saint Vincent. While we don't support violence, you know, we don't support any of that stuff. But people are in the streets in Saint Vincent, marching for their liberty. They are marching for their liberty. They're fighting for their liberty. And that's the same thing that we, the Jamaican people, will be doing. Ralphford, I see you're tuning in from Denmark. Amazing. Great to have you here. Okay. So Mark, you probably should reach out to Mr. Patterson and head to the walk. You know, get one of those banners. Those banners are really beautiful, you know.
All right, well, let me get off of here and call and see if he's past me yet.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, great. All right.
All right,
Sheldon,
cool.
Sheldon, I see your mic is now working. You want to jump on? What do you say? If you're joining us from Instagram, please jump over to the UIC's Facebook page, facebook.com/UIC Jamaica, twitter.com/UIC Jamaica. Sheldon, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Sheldon? If you're talking, your mic is muted. Okay, Sheldon, you're gonna have to come on. You're gonna have to come on camera. We want to know who you are. the people don't know who you are.
The one them thing are kind of new to me, you know, so it's hard to maneuver, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So, Sheldon, where are you tuning in from?
Somewhere in Canada. Somewhere in Canada. Yeah.
So what's it like here in Canada? Right? What is it like?
All right. It's all right. It's not bad living. It's all right.
Yeah.
But, yeah. You know, have to show support. You know, have to show face because this mandatory vaccination thing and you know all that jazz they're coming with. I'm not for that. I'm not against being getting vaccinated or anything like that because I plan on getting. But the mandatory part is the part that I am not into, and you know the segregation that is being created, like you is vaccinated versus me that is unvaccinated. I mean,
And you know,
we have been living like this a long time ago because some of us have vaccinations for other diseases, some of us don't, and we have been coexisting forever.
yeah.
So I don't know this new thing that human beings do, like, oh, if you do have the coronavirus vaccine, then you know you're a threat. You know, it's hard to comprehend, but I guess that the level of human being thinking, some of us at least. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're at a point where healthy people are a threat. And you know, I have to say as well, the UIC is not against vaccines. We do have UIC members who have been vaccinated against COVID-19, and they have various reasons, right? Some people got vaccinated because they don't want to lose their jobs, and you know that's the definition of economic slavery, by the way. You know, being forced to take something you don't want to take because you want to earn a living.
Yeah.
People have taken it because they want to travel. You know, they know that they will be restricted or that they will be prevented from leaving the country. And in some places like Canada, I hear them talking about restricting inter-provincial travel. So that means that there might be a time where you might not be able to go to another province unless you are vaccinated. You know, and then other people have taken the vaccine because they believe for themselves, it's the right thing to do. And you know, the UIC, we support your choices. We're not gonna head out. We're not gonna come out and say, "Don't take the vaccine. Don't take the vaccine. Don't take the vaccine." We are here to say, your choice is your choice. Your body is your choice. Your decision is your decision. If you want to take the vaccine, you go ahead. If you don't want to, you should not be forced to do so, right? And government asks us to trust. Government is asking us to trust them, right? But they're using force and they're using fraud and they're using coercion. Trust is earned. And that's what our government needs to understand. Trust is earned. And I'm not just talking to the Jamaican government right now. I'm talking to the Canadian government as well. I'm talking to the American government. I'm talking to the French government, the Barbadian government, the St. Vincent government. I'm talking to the Trinidadian government. Trust is earned. And right now, there's a large percentage of the population that does not trust you. We have to ask all the time, you know, Sheldon, that I'm worried about what will happen in the next pandemic, because the only way to properly deal with and manage a pandemic is when you have trust, and that has been eroded. Can you imagine how the people who were forced to take this vaccine feel? Can you imagine how they feel? Right?
Exactly.
They will never. I don't like this term. I don't like the terms pro-vax or anti-vax. I don't like those terms. And one of the reasons why I don't like those terms is because it creates a separation. It creates a sort of a segregation in society. Just as now we're having the vaccinated versus unvaccinated segregation in our society. I don't like to use those words that separate people. But hear me out. The people who were forced, coerced, frauded into taking this vaccine, are we not creating more anti-vaxxers?
Definitely, because no one wants to be forced to do anything.
What will they tell their children?
Exactly, you know. To me, if left up to me, it should be a choice. Like governments and health systems around the world say, well, take this vaccine and you should be safe. So if you have the vaccine, then why are you worried about those who don't have?
Right?
You know, lead them to time. You know, over time they will come around. I think people will come around over time. The government and the health system, that they created the mistrust that many people are now fighting against. They created that.
Yeah.
So they have to find ways to get people to come on board, to get people to believe in vaccine.
We're losing you.
Created.
Yeah. We're losing you a bit there.
Yeah. Oh, I'm driving deep into the rural area of Canada, so maybe that's why.
Okay.
Maybe that's why. Well, yeah, Devon. good to join you here. Always good having a discussion with you.
Mm.
But
Yeah, and we've been talking about this for a very long time, and there have been people telling us to shut up.
yeah.
Don't talk. Close your mouth. You're crazy. You're mad. When we predicted some of these things like over a year ago, people were saying that we're not cases, but look at what's happening right now. Even in New York, what's happening in New York right now, right? They're forcing government employees to take a medication that they don't want to take, right? It's happening across the world. Our government, the government of Jamaica, the Ministry of Health, run by Mr. or Dr. Christopher Tufton, who is not a medical doctor, by the way, because lots of Jamaicans think that Christopher Tufton is a medical doctor, which he is not, right? I'm talking to our government right now. Mr. Christopher Tufton, you made a statement in the media saying that you are going to have to consider options used by other countries. You're going to have to consider restricting or banning or preventing unvaccinated people from having access to government services, from having access to transit, from having access to private institutions, to private businesses, right? That is what you have been saying. And the Jamaican people are now saying with their walk for liberty that they won't have it. They're not having any of it. And no, yesterday we're hearing that the what do they call it? Jamaica Employers Federation. No, they're talking about ensuring that all employers in Jamaica mandate that their employees take this medication. Are you hearing me? Private entities in Jamaica want to mandate medicine for their employees. And the thing is, the Jamaican people are living their lives with their hand behind their backs, their hands tied behind their backs. I'm sorry, let me mute you here, Sheldon. Jamaican people are operating or living with their hands tied behind their backs because you have a choice, right? Take the vaccine or lose your job. What choice would you make? You're living in a society where economic freedom is low, economic prosperity is low, choice is low, nearly non-existent. So if you lose your job for refusing to take a medication, what will you do? It's economic slavery. And the UIC speaks about it all the time, every single day. And we need to free our people, not just from oppression, authoritarianism, dictatorship, the colonial constitution, and the Queen. We need to free our people from economic slavery. And we do that starting at the top, starting by changing the Jamaican constitution, creating a non-partisan constitutional republic of Jamaica, where politicians are actually now held accountable for their actions. Poor performance is no longer accepted. Politicians, the government of Jamaica, do you know what they are? They are our employees. Them are not our master. No, them are not our master. They work for us. You understand that? We, the people, are the employers. Okay? The government's role is to protect our life, liberty, and property. The government is an agent of us. Okay? So when politicians mess up, when politicians engage in corruption, when politicians lease out land that does not belong to them, and we have multi-billion-dollar corporations mining on those land, we as a people have a responsibility to hold those politicians accountable. For far too long, our governments, our politicians have been raping our country, have been raping our economy, and it needs to stop. Today, on this so-called Independence Day, marks a day of change. And it's the day when more Jamaican people start to wake up to what's going on. We said it last night in a post on the Facebook page. We are a very loud minority, and we will wake up the sleeping majority. And when 2.9 million Jamaicans wake up and see what's going on, the oppressors, the colonialists, the crony capitalists, the corrupt politician, they will have no more power, because the people will now begin to exert their power. What is power? Power is voting in a UIC government. I'm going to tell you why I said that. For years, for 77 years, we've had the PNP and the JLP. 77 years, I want you to think about that. What's the condition of the country right now? And the reason why is because we as a people have not been using our power. Less than 50% of eligible Jamaicans, for eligible Jamaican voters are registered to vote. Over 50% of eligible Jamaicans have not been using their power. Their power has been sleeping. So I'm speaking to that majority eligible voter right now. Go get your voter's ID. Go get your voter's ID. Because we are going to use that power to kick out the JLP and the PNP. We are going to use that power to reform, to create a new constitution made by Jamaicans. We are going to use that power to transform Jamaica into a non-partisan constitutional republic. We are going to create economic freedom in Jamaica, the likes never seen before in the world. It's not going to be a Singapore. It's not going to be a Switzerland. It is going to be a brand new Jamaica that Singapore and Switzerland will wish they had. Oh, a new Jamaica, you're going to need visa to come here. People are going to want to come here, especially with what's going on in the world. We have so many Jamaicans abroad right now who are being forced to do things that they don't want to do. They want to come home, but they can't come home. Why? Because of the crime and violence in Jamaica, because of the poor economy in Jamaica, because of the lack of access to resources in our country. Somebody asked a question on our page last night. They asked us, if the UIC bans make mining illegal in Jamaica, what can Jamaicans produce? Or what can Jamaica produce? So here's something that I want the people of Jamaica to understand. Government cannot produce. Government is not a producer. Okay? The only thing that can produce in Jamaica is the people of Jamaica. What the government is doing right now is creating profit off the backs of the Jamaican people. You see, when companies like Petrojam, like those mining companies that the government has 50% shares in, when companies like the JUTC, or companies like the Jamaica Tire Company, or even Air Jamaica, if you believe it, Air Jamaica still, Air Jamaica still exists right now. These companies are making money off the backs of the Jamaican people, because you see, when those companies experience a downturn, when they're close to bankruptcy, you know where they get their money from? They get the money from your pocket. When a private company experiences bankruptcy or poor operations, it shuts down. So what we need to do? We need to shut down these mining companies. We need to shut down these private operated government companies that are cash cows for our politicians and cash cows for their friends and their families. The Jamaican people can produce. I see Jamaicans in Jamaica making cars out of board. Get an engine and throw the engine on the handcart and connect up the wheels and jump on that and travel from Kingston, Ghana, St. Elizabeth. Jamaicans have the ability, the capability to produce on their own, so long as the government of Jamaica stays out of their way.
If left alone.
Yes, leave the Jamaican people alone, let them produce.
You know, I want to mention something to you. You know, I was looking at the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
And every person that comes on that Jamaican team,
Mm-hmm.
they have to earn their way on that team. That is the reason why Jamaica excels on the world stage in athletics.
Mm-hmm.
In Jamaica, our politicians are selected by the party.
Yes.
They do not have to earn the trust and the to represent the Jamaican people. So you get people who are not qualified, who are not committed to making Jamaica work, but more committed to the party than to the Jamaican people. And as long as we have this in place, you talked about the Constitution earlier on. From what I understand, you have to have a unanimous participation, you know, to change the Constitution.
Yes.
It has to be unanimous, which in itself is a farce.
Mm-hmm.
Because how do you get everybody aligned to change something that should be a living document?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the Constitution that was put together back then was in a different time of our lives than it is today. The Jamaica from the 1960s is a different Jamaica than in 2021. And the government has actually created a dependent population. When we did the first UIC tour, so to speak, for the election of Joseph Patterson, you'll be surprised how many people that tried to get on board only if they were paid. Now, we made it absolutely clear to everybody that was on the tour with us that we do not pay for anyone to secure their own future. Why should I pay you to secure your own future? I'm just your servant. We are just your servants. So why am I paying you? And that is what they've created. The successive governments have created a level of dependency, almost like the master slave thing. They've just changed the faces are different, but the game is the same. We look to master to save us, when in fact, like you rightfully said, Jamaicans, if left alone, are more than able to compete on any level on the world stage or anywhere in the world, if left alone, mm-hmm. and if given equal opportunity. Now, like I mentioned before, I drew the parallel between the Olympians and Jamaica. Every person had to compete. They started on the Gibson relays, boys champs, development meets. Our development meets in a political context would be our debates that are mandatory. In the UIC manifesto, we are supposed to have mandatory debates to hear what these persons are going to do to improve our lives. After all, like you said, they are representing us. They are public servants. They should not get a spot on our platform just by saying that we are better than the GLP or the PNP, which is in fact true. But we have to sell ourselves to the Jamaican people. Let them know what processes we're going to put in place to make our country better. And as we have seen, neither the JLP or the PNP have actually put together a process or processes that will allow change in corruption, change in crime, change in our individual in securing our individual liberties, which is a fundamental part of the UIC platform, protecting one's liberty to do as they please. In the context, however, we have to really be careful because your liberty does not allow you to impact others as well. In other words, you cannot be dysfunctional in your liberty and affect other person's livelihood or liberty as well. So there has to be laws that protect the liberty of everyone. And I think if people, yesterday I had a conversation with some people about the UIC and what we're trying to do. And if most Jamaicans get a chance to listen and to hear about the UIC platform and what we plan to do, most Jamaicans, if allowed to hear what we want to do, would align with our political movement. Our biggest challenge in this organization is to get the word out. I have no doubt, and I'm telling this based on experience. Everyone that I've spoken to about the UIC platform are all for it because it's reasonable. In my world, if it makes sense, it just makes sense. In Mr. Patterson's realm of being an accountant, things have to add up. One and one don't make three.
Mm-hmm.
In the UIC world, one and one is two.
You have to use common sense.
Absolutely, we cannot have we cannot condone and allow these people to continue to use these false narratives. If they say the numbers are up, what is their science on the numbers that they're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Are they talking about the numbers of Jamaicans that have actually recovered from COVID? Are they talking about that? All they talk about are the deaths, people that die from COVID. Let me tell you something, brethren. I got COVID.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 3-day event. Some people have said that chikungunya is even worse than the COVID that they got.
Oh.
Now, let me say this to you.
Uh-huh.
COVID is like fire.
Mm-hmm.
If you're dry bush, you won't burn.
Mm-hmm.
If you're green bush, you're not going to burn. You will survive COVID. It is your responsibility to put yourself in good health,
Mm-hmm.
to protect yourself. Do not demonize those who are in good health to take a vaccine that is not even approved by the FDA to protect you because you decide to drink and smoke and eat all kind of crap and compromise your immune system. Why should I pay the price because you are not protecting your own life?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't realize that the COVID vaccinations are for emergency use. They're not, let me repeat, the COVID vaccinations are not approved by the FDA and are labeled as a vaccine. It is not a vaccine. It is approved by emergency measures because of the deaths that we've seen and the conditions that contributed to these deaths.
So
and when you have fear,
mm-hmm.
there are two things to get people to change your lifestyle or to do things that they would normally do. That is fear and freedom. When they take away your freedom, the narrative is, hey, let's take the vaccine and we'll get back to normalcy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, brethren, things are normal right now. Their behavior and the things that they're doing, they're the ones that are making things not normal. I go about my life, I don't have any issues. They're the ones that are restricting my rights and making things abnormal. So it's kind of weird where they're saying, let's get it back to normal, when they're the ones that are making things abnormal by their draconian measures to keep people in their homes and destroying their businesses. So we have to really think about how these people behave. The use of false narratives and switching the whole thing around, as if to say that the disease, this virus, is what is creating the problem. It is a part of the problem. But the bigger part of this problem is their response to the virus.
Yes.
That's the bigger part of the problem.
And you know, to add to what you've said, from March of last year, we've known that SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, is more dangerous to the elderly, to the obese, and to the immune compromised. And recently, it was last week that I saw Dr. Christopher, or non-medical Dr. Christopher Tufton, saying that people with diabetes and obesity are more likely to die from COVID-19. So I'm asking this question: why didn't Christopher Tufton say that last year? Why didn't Christopher Tufton advise the Jamaican people to go outside, exercise, eat healthy, you know, build up their immune system? Why didn't he say that last year, March? Why did he wait until over 1,000 Jamaicans to die before he said that last week? Why? What's the reason?
My dear sir, it's called on-the-job training.
Mm-hmm.
In a UIC government, anybody representing any portfolio or in charge of any portfolio will have to be vetted by the Senate,
Mm-hmm.
by the parish managers. So in other words, you can't just get up and say, boy, I'm gonna, this is my man, and that's etched in stone. No, you'll have to be, you can do the president of UIC can nominate somebody for a particular position,
Mm-hmm.
but they will have to be validated by the people.
Mm-hmm.
He has the responsibility, or her, whoever the president is, has the responsibility of recommending. And based on the guidelines of the UIC, I can assure you that the person that the president recommends will be a person that is qualified in the respective fields.
Yeah, and not only the president, the vice presidents as well will be recommending people for these ministries, because what UIC is doing, you see, is that MPs, your members of parliament, as you know them right now, the 63, none of them won't be allowed to become ministers of government. Senators as well will not be allowed to become ministers of government. Only subject matter experts appointed by the president, the 3 vice presidents, not appointed, nominated by the president and the 3 vice presidents, then appointed by the House, and the upper house and the lower house will be allowed to become ministers of government. So now we have qualified people running these organizations. But here's the thing, Mr. Cameron. We have, I cannot recall what her position is, but she's the one that leads our public health organization in Jamaica. So we have somebody who is, quote unquote, competent. She's an expertise in what she's doing. So I find it strange that if our government is listening to the expert, that this expert did not tell our government that Jamaican people should be eating more healthy, you know, should be exercising, should be doing things to increase their immune system. I find it strange that our public health or experienced and qualified public health personnel did not advise the government of this. And even if they did advise the government, why did the government not relay this to the Jamaican people? What is going on?
There's a simple explanation for that. I'm going to give you a parallel, okay? If you inherit money, it is easier for you to liquidate. I mean, if you inherit assets,
mm-hmm.
with no experience about business, it is easier for you to liquidate your assets to get money than to go earn it. This expert that you're talking about has not been doing the work, is not qualified to do the work. So what they do, what she's been doing, is following the advice from different people around the world instead of doing her own due diligence. As you know, conditions are different in different countries, and Jamaica should have their own protocols that fits the Jamaican experience rather than a blanket procedures and protocols that does not fit the Jamaican environment. Jamaica is different than Canada. Mm-hmm. Why do you close the beach in Jamaica? I don't think the beach is a place where COVID resides. COVID don't like sun and salt. But they close the beach to continue to impact the lives of Jamaicans, to force them. They know Jamaicans love to go to the beach. Mm-hmm. All right? It's, today is a holiday, it is beach day. They close the beach because they want Jamaicans to be forced into going back to normalcy, according to them, by taking the vaccine.
Watch this. Go ahead, continue. Go ahead.
But like you said, this is what they do to change people. You take away their freedom, and you take away their and create fear, and people do anything that they wouldn't normally do as well-thinking human beings.
So you see, there's been two sides of this thing from the beginning. And as I said earlier in this video, I don't like labels because labels separate us as a people. But in the beginning, quite a few well experienced, and when I say quite a few, I mean hundreds of experienced medical professionals came out last year, March, and said to us that, hey, we have to do a targeted approach to this virus. If we don't do this, what we'll be doing is creating more harm. We're going to be creating a disease that's worse than the virus, right? And that disease has now is now called lockdowns, curfews, economic struggles, right? Those are the disease, right? They said to us last year, March, that, hey, we need to boost our immune system and we need to do a targeted approach for those who are more likely to develop serious disease or are killed by this virus. But for some reason, the governments of the world, Facebook that we're on right now, YouTube that we're on right now, Twitter that we're on right now, decided that these doctors were talking rubbish, decided that these doctors were lying. But everything that was said early March of last year, March, April, May, June, August, everything that was said is now coming to the light. So why on earth would I trust our government now? Why on earth would I trust the media now? Who told us last year that they were talking rubbish? Why would I do that?
Do you remember when we had to, when I'd get my UPS mail delivery, people were wiping down boxes and all kind of stuff. Guess what? It's on-the-job training, bro. On-the-job training. A lot of these people do not understand what's going on, and they're instead of doing the work themselves. How can a Jamaican person in charge of our health not do their own research and their own due diligence in terms of how to protect the Jamaican people? Why do they adhere to the protocols of another country? It's because they're lazy.
Yes.
They're not doing the work themselves, and they're just grabbing whatever they can out of the air and affecting the lives of our people, or psychological or mental well-being. When you lock a person down, you're in prison in a version. Nobody wants to believe that they can't go. I mean, I'm 60 years old, and and I'm going to tell me, say, boy, me can't go out at 10 o'clock or whatever because of lockdown. People don't understand what's being done to your civil liberties in a brethren.
Mm-hmm.
I can't go to the store or I can't operate my business because the government, who doesn't even represent the majority of the country, because of low voter turnout, because, as you know, people don't, there's such a huge mistrust in government. Mm-hmm. They don't even vote. Yes. Because GDP and PAP are the same. So here it is, you have a government that's operating on a 20% favorability, so to speak, based on their votes.
Yeah.
20% of the Jamaican people are empowering this government to put laws in place that affects 100% of the Jamaican population. There's something wrong with that. And like I said, you're not going to get the kind of government that you need, that we deserve. Because as you can see, Jamaicans, if allowed equal opportunity, will excel anywhere in the world. Mm-hmm. And as we watch the finals of the 400 meters coming up, this person wasn't offered the spot, like say, hey, we're going to give you a spot on the 400 because me and your brethren.
You work for it.
No, you have to go through the rounds. Mm-hmm. When my guy from the 110 hurdles, what's his name, didn't make it, excuse me, he went to trials in Jamaica and he was a world champion. And he fell and he was not allowed to compete in the 110 hurdles for Jamaica. And we did well. We got first and third. But I'm saying to you, the same protocols were put in place for our leaders. If they had to prove themselves, I can almost guarantee you, most of the faces you see in government will not be there. Mm-hmm. Because they've been selected, not elected.
I know you I want to follow up on something that you said. But just to advise you guys, I spoke with Dr. Ira Bernstein. He says he'll be on maybe around 8:45 or so. So tune in for that. But I want to follow up on something that you said, Mark. You said that they are lazy. Somebody in the comment section, TC Campbell, said they are not lazy. They deliberately doing it, destroy the classes in Jamaica, so you only have two class, upper and lower class. But let me respond to both of those narratives. I agree with you, Cameron, that they are lazy. For 77 years, right, our governments have been, for 77 years, the PNP and the JLP have been running the Jamaican government. And look at the society that we have today. It's only, so we know that they're corrupt, right? We know that they engage in things to enrich themselves. So let me ask you this. If politicians are busy trying to enrich themselves, why do you think they'll find time to protect you or to defend you?
Or to run the country.
Yeah. So there's a thing, and I want you guys to hear me out right now, and I want you to type this into your browser. You can find it on the World Health Organization's website. It's called the International Health Regulation. And the International Health Regulation is where member countries sign a contract with the World Health Organization, and these countries are now mandated to follow the regulations of the World Health Organization. So in every single country, in every single member country, there is something called a national focal point. And the national focal point is usually placed within the public health body of that country. For example, in Canada, you have different provinces. So the federal government doesn't really deal with healthcare, right? The provincial governments deal with it. So in each province, there's a national focal point in their public health body. In Jamaica, the national focal point is located in the Ministry of Health. So this is how the World Health Organization communicates with the member countries. So I don't want to speculate, right? I don't like speculating, but based on how our government has been operating, based on how all other governments have been operating, it seems that the World Health Organization supplies, I don't know if it's basic or detailed information, because as you can see, all of these countries across the world are doing the same things, usually at the same exact time. So there must be some kind of common means of communication, but this is how they communicate to the government through the Ministry of Health. So is it that our government is on autopilot? Is it that our government is actually being run by dictates or instructions from the World Health Organization? Is it? I'm just asking questions here. Facebook, don't shut me down. I'm not making a statement. I'm not stating a fact. I'm just asking question. Who is running the government of Jamaica?
That is a very good question. I mean, one needs to even look on NEDS. It's not something that Jamaica came up with.
It's not us.
NEDS is outside forces trying to influence our government. So we have to really look on. We have to look on how things have been, historically. Jamaica has always been impacted by outside forces. I mean, we've always been. Even our own government, our government in the past has been influenced by people not non-Jamaicans, and it works for them. Most of the time when these processes are put in place, it's not for the benefit of Jamaica. It's for the benefit of those who are pulling the strings on Jamaica. And like you said, Jamaica is not independent. Today's independent. I mean, we are not an independent country. So what do you expect? This is what happens to a country that's not independent. And the sooner Jamaicans realize that, I think the better for us, because we're not an independent country. And there's no reason for me, who knows better, to go there and jump and down with no flag and celebrate independence when we're still dependent. We're still dependent. We're not an independent country.
And let's talk about that for a second. Independence. Most Jamaicans have not read the Independence Act. Most Jamaicans have not read the Jamaican Constitution. So most of us don't really understand or know what's going on. So it's our job as people who have read it, to pass that information on. So the Independence Act, and I'm talking to my people here, I'm talking to Jamaicans right here. The Independence Act made Jamaica independent from the British government. Listen again, the Independence Act made the Jamaican people independent, made the government of Jamaica independent of the British government. It did not make us independent of the Queen, though. It further entrenched the Queen's power and said that the Queen shall remain as the sovereign entity of Jamaica. But you have to understand, what does a sovereign entity mean? A sovereign entity holds power. If the Queen is our sovereign, the Queen has power over our bodies. The Queen has power over our lives, or economic freedoms, or social enterprise. Our body doesn't belong to us as per the Independence Act, as per the Jamaican Constitution. So it's no surprise what's happening right now. So you see, when the Governor General, using the laws and the rules of the Constitution, declared that a public emergency existed, what he did was pass down the Queen's power to Andrew Holness, to the government of Jamaica, to the leader of the government. So right now, the powers that Andrew Holness is wielding is not the power of the government. He's wielding the Queen's power. That is dangerous, and I want you to understand that Andrew Holness right now is our what's the word that I'm looking for? He's our queen right now.
No, he's the figurehead for the Queen. He's the figurehead.
The figurehead for the Queen, but because he's using the Queen's power right now, right? The Queen has vested her power in Andrew Holness right now via the Constitution, via the Disaster Risk Management Act. Andrew Holness right now is acting in the place of our sovereign. I want you to understand that Andrew Holness right now has powers that you can't even imagine. Why you think police can walk up into somebody's house and grab them from the house and carry them to a police station and force them to apologize to the police and to Andrew Holness? Why you think? You see, you have to understand something. And this is why the UIC doesn't support governments who have power consolidated at the top. When the government issues an order, creates an act and gives the police power, you have to understand that the police are human beings. Understand that the police are human beings. They are not robots. You have good police, you have bad police, you have police who don't know what they do, and you have police that knows what they are doing. So you see, when you pass down these extreme powers to the police, you are going to find instances where they act out of bounds. And when I say out of bounds, I don't mean out of bounds of the power that they were giving them. I mean out of bounds of societal expectations. Because what the police are doing when they grab you and throw you in the back of a truck, when they go to your house and pull you out of the house, they are acting within the bounds of the laws that were passed down to them. You think that you have fundamental human rights and freedoms. But how can you, when the Queen is sovereign and you are not? There is no way that you can have rights if you are not sovereign. And that is what I want the people of Jamaica to understand. And we need to become a sovereign person under our constitution. The rights and freedoms that we enjoy as human beings were not given to us by government. They were not given to us by Queen. These rights are natural born rights that they are now holding us ransom with, to say, if you want them back, then
conform and you get them back.
Yes, conform. Do what we tell you to do, and you'll get them back. Okay?
You know, the government it has made itself more important than they ought to be.
Mm-hmm.
The government should just be stewards of the country. Mm-hmm. In other words, it's almost like you put a farm in the hands of a farmer that you trust to make sure that he does a good job with your farm. He's a steward. He's providing stewardship over your farm. Mm-hmm. The government is in the same capacity. You hire these people to do what you are not able to do or don't choose to do, so you can carry on with your lives. Mm-hmm. Look, watch your back. Look out for you. No, they have not been doing that. Successive governments have not been looking out for the Jamaican people, which is why you have these things happening behind our backs, selling off our watershed to the Chinese. Can you imagine that? Mm-hmm. You talked about bauxite earlier on. Jamaica today is getting paid for bauxite, not yet mined. Where the money gone? Where's the money, brethren? Where's the money? So it puts Jamaica under pressure to fulfill the order. They got paid. How can you pay bureaucrats? How can you pay these people? I mean, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
how can you get credit? Mm-hmm. How can you get credit and without the ability to pay back your loan? Mm-hmm. How do you do that? You do that because the person giving you the credit have a bigger plan. Mm-hmm. And the plan is they know that you have assets that they want.
Yeah.
So they will give you, the Chinese will come into your country and say, hey, we will give you some nice shiny buildings so you can show off to your people how great a job you're doing. But we are not going to tell you how to pay for these shiny buildings and shiny highways and what have you. It's almost like the Trojan horse approach. Mm-hmm. They give you this shiny horse, but in the belly of that horse are the soldiers that took over that country in that fictional tale. Mm-hmm. They put the soldiers in the horse. They go to it's an old tale. where these people, these invaders are trying to get into this secure location. And they couldn't get in because it was heavily fortified by the people. And they came up with this idea where they're going to present this village that's secure with a beautiful horse. And when they brought the horse inside, to accept this gift, in the belly of the horse were the soldiers that eventually took over the entire village. So we cannot always look on these shiny horses and these shiny buildings and these highways to nowhere, and we can't pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
Do not take credit. Do not take credit. You cannot pay the bill.
And the thing is, these so-called representatives are actually getting rich off of it. Look at the people they put on these boards. The bauxite mining boards, the energy boards, Petrojam. There's another one, the fueling company, the jet fueling company. That one is owned by the government as well. Look at the people they put on these boards. They are milking the Jamaican people. If you're listening to me right now, I want you to go on Google, right? Go on the Ministry of Finance's website and search for every single government-owned body and look at the people who are on these boards. And once you look at them, you're gonna find out you have one people on 5 boards. One person on 5 boards. What is one person doing on 5 boards, right? On the Petrojam board, on the Air Jamaica board, on the lottery board. Explain, right? So we have a system that is literally
nepotism.
Yeah. But even without nepotism, let's say that they were even doing it right. Let's say that they were actually putting highly qualified people on these boards. The problem is that these boards are still a source of corruption. Jamaica loses $750 million every single year due to corruption.
Wow.
750 million. What can the country do with $750 million, Mark?
A lot.
Right? And these corruption is it's not just corruption, it's waste as well, right? Government waste and its inefficiencies. How many times the JUTC went bankrupt or can't pay bills? How many times, right? How many times have the Jamaican people bailed out the JUTC? You see, when government, as I said before earlier in the video, when government operates private companies, you find that they use taxpayer money to support it when things go bad. Because when private companies owned by you and I can't afford to pay our bills, what happens to our business? It gets shut down. Customers stop buying, right? Or creditors come after us and say, hey, you need to pay your bills. We get shut down.
Yeah, but the government gets another loan in your name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And a loan in my children's name and my grandchildren's name. Right? What time is it? We're at 8:49. So we should be seeing Dr. Ira Bernstein soon. So folks, in regards to the Walk for Liberty, just a reminder that the walk starts at 9 a.m. This is just the virtual stage where we're having discussions right now. We're waiting for Dr. Ira Bernstein, who's going to be coming on and telling us some very interesting things that our government, our non-medical Dr. Christopher Tufton, or Ministry of Health, refuses to tell us. There are some things that we can't say on this video, because if we say certain words, certain keywords, this video would be shut down instantly. And that's the power of censorship. That's the power of media. Media has had this power for a very, very long time, which is why you find that bloggers are now becoming more of the source for information, because they're more trusted than or mainstream sources of information.
Who are bought out by the way. They're bought out.
Yeah, so I don't even want to get into that, because them done like we already. They've done like we already. Go leave them alone. Leave them and let them live their lives, right? We have our supporters here watching us right now, and we want you to share this video. Share this video with your friends and family. Share the UIC with your friends and family. We need the UIC's name to be in every single household in Jamaica, because I guarantee you something. You see, the moment a majority of Jamaicans learn about the UIC and they do their polling, the UIC will poll ahead of the JLP and the PNP. I guarantee you that.
Games up.
The only thing they can do to keep the UIC out, once the UIC becomes a wholesale name, is to not add the UIC's name to the polling. And I guarantee you that's exactly what they'll try to do. They'll try their best to exclude the UIC from polling, because what you need to understand is that polling is actually not a government sanctioned thing. Mr. Arab Bernstein is here. Polling isn't a government sanctioned thing. The debates isn't even government sanctioned. It is privately owned and operated. I want you to understand that, right? So we have Dr. Arab Bernstein now coming on. Let's see if I can bring him up on the screen. This is going to be very entertaining and interesting. Okay, so Dr. Bernstein, can you hear me?
I sure can. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. We could not get any doctors in Jamaica to come on this live, but we got a doctor from Toronto, Ontario.
Wow.
So yes, that's right.
Where are all the Jamaican doctors?
Where are the? I don't know. I don't know where they are. So as I said in my email to you, most of the doctors that we've spoken with, at least I've spoken with, they are afraid. They're afraid of losing their license. They're afraid of losing their job. So they're not going to come online, come and talk to the UIC and tell the Jamaican people the truth that they need to hear about how they can properly protect themselves against this disease called COVID-19. So Dr. Bernstein, you're here to talk about the methods that you have used that resulted in your statement that you've never lost a COVID-19 patient. And I'd like to, before you respond to that, I'd like you to tell the Jamaican people who you are and what your qualifications or certifications are.
Sure. Well, I'm a family physician in Toronto, Canada. I graduated from the University of Toronto in 1990. I've been practicing in my own private clinic since 1992 till present. So I have a broad-based, general family practice. I see newborn cares right up to end-of-life care. So I treat, as an outpatient, all types of, acute illness, chronic illness, and provide longitudinal care, to my patients, their families, and now, seeing generations of families within my own practice. I do have a hospital affiliation, but I don't provide any more services within the hospital. I don't work in an emergency department. It is exclusively in my office setting. I also do some other work as medical advisor for a service called Metabolic Balance Canada. This is a nutrition program run in 35 countries around the world, conducted by certified coaches, and I provide support to the coaches who are conducting these plans, usually for weight management. And I've been doing that for probably about 6 or 7 years. That's a little bit about me.
Great. So now let's get back to the issue. You've never lost a COVID-19 patient. Can you tell us about that? How were you able to save so many lives?
Sure. Well, let me describe COVID within my own practice and the different waves that we've had within Canada. So Canada's gone through 3 waves. The initial wave starting last a year ago in the winter spring months. I just had within my own practice, I have about 1,200 patients. So this is a fairly standard size family practice, and I am sort of at my limit in terms of ability to care for more patients. I had just 3 patients who were COVID positive during the first wave, and this was within one family. And we didn't know much about, COVID at the time in terms of managing them, if there were any treatments. But this family, they all recovered. They did not require treatments. They weren't hospitalized, and fortunately recovered without incident. And fortunately, most people who will generally have a mild illness, it's people who have what we say comorbidities. So increased age, obesity, hypertension. The more risk factors you have, the more likely you will have severity of disease. But the younger you are, the healthier you are. In general, it tends not to be severe. In general, there are always exceptions, but in general. So after those 3 patients recovered, I did not see any other COVID patients, or when I see, that means I did not deal in my own practice with any further COVID patients until the second wave. So I went 7 months without a single patient within my own practice as testing positive to COVID-19. When the first wave sort of was on its decline slope back in, I guess, around June, the summer months were like where it is right now in Canada. The numbers are very low, although they are starting to slowly creep up, I believe. But I didn't have any further cases until around September, when the second wave started increasing. And there weren't many, but I had no patients that had any type of severe illness at the time. They all recovered. It wasn't until November when I dealt with my sickest patient. And this was actually a colleague of mine who's a nurse whose mother was ill with COVID-19. She had, she's over 60. She had been to the emergency department twice. They sent her home without any treatments and said, go home and isolate. And during all this time, I had been looking at all the research regarding, available possible treatments, off-label treatments for COVID-19, many of which were being suppressed or censored. But I'm looking at the science. And so, in the beginning, all the discussion was regarding hydroxychloroquine, which became very political, and yet is still an effective product when used early. Then data started coming out, I'd say around April of last year. So we're talking 2020, when I heard about the first studies pertaining to the old medication ivermectin, which is an old antiparasitic, which has been around for about 40 years. And all the data seemed to be showing that there is benefit. There were really no trials saying this, this product is a dud. Now, all of the trials were being conducted in countries, nothing in North America. We had Egypt, Bangladesh, some Kenya, Brazil, all sorts of countries, doing these clinical trials and, demonstrating benefit. These were not the large, huge randomized controlled trials that the large pharmaceutical companies do when launching new products. But it seemed that there was something to this. So I decided back in November with this sick patient, I would like to try ivermectin, for the first time with my patient off-label. So I, followed the guidelines that had been written by the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance, who's a group in the United States who headed by Pierre Corey and Paul Merrick and others, and who have been who created guidelines for early outpatient COVID management. And at that time, in the fall, they had introduced ivermectin to their protocol. So I decided I'm going to give it a try on this patient, and I prescribed 2 days of therapy for her. Within 24 hours, she had dramatic improvement. Her son sent me a message saying, this is, amazing. She's already feeling significantly better after the first dose. So it was really at that point that I realized, I think, although I didn't have much clinical experience prescribing any treatments at this time, I felt this gave me enough comfort to want to use it with more patients and start treating more patients who presented with COVID-19. It never made sense to me that, here we have this condition and the standard of care is basically no care. If you get diagnosed with COVID-19, you get a PCR test, it comes back positive. You've gone to a testing center or the hospital, they do the swab, it comes back positive, and you're told, go home, go isolate, drink some fluids, wash your hands, take some Tylenol, and do nothing. And if you get worse, if you can't breathe, if your lips turn blue, you come back to the hospital. And it didn't make sense that we're not treating a disease, an infection that can be treated early. I know of no other disease state in medicine where we don't treat, where we have this, what we call a therapeutic nihilism. We just leave it. It just doesn't make sense. As a comparison, if we take a condition like diabetes, if someone is diagnosed with diabetes, if their blood glucose goes high, we have medications, we start treating. We don't say, we're going to leave this until you're in diabetic ketoacidosis, where you're so sick, you're in the hospital, your sugar is 30, and you need intravenous and insulin to stabilize you. You've lost opportunities to treat. It's the same thing with COVID-19. There are medications. They are not what I would say officially approved, meaning they don't have the on-label approval for use in COVID-19. So, what does that mean? It means the drug manufacturers that make the product haven't gone to the regulators. So that would be like in Canada, it would be Health Canada, or in the United States, it would be the FDA. The manufacturers haven't gone to the regulators to say, hey, we'd like to get a approval to use this medication to treat COVID-19. And I think the main reason that this hasn't happened is because when products have been around a long time, they are off patent, meaning they're no longer manufactured by a sole source manufacturer, where there's going to be a lot of profit in the product. If anybody can make the product and it's not very expensive, then no one is interested in going to the regulators to say, hey, let's get approval for this. So that's why we say using these so-called repurposed medications that have been around for decades, we call them off-label, meaning it doesn't say you're not allowed to use it. Physicians have been prescribing medications off-label all the time. We do this in our practices with many, many different medications that are used off-label. For example, for pain management, we use certain anticonvulsant medications off-label to help manage nerve type pain. So we do this all the time, where physicians are quite comfortable doing that. It's all a matter of having informed consent. You have a discussion with your patient about use of a medication, and then this is what I do with my patients. I tell them that there is evidence to use these medications. There are many clinical trials that demonstrate that there's benefit. There's never a guarantee. These are the benefits. These are the potential benefits. These are the potential risks of the medication. You discuss any potential adverse reactions, and then you make a decision with that patient. So that has been my approach the whole time. And so since that time, I have treated numerous patients. It's not in the hundreds like many of the other physicians, certain physician groups in the United States and South Africa. For example, doctors Tyson and Farid, where they've treated, I think, thousands of patients, or Dr. Chetty in South Africa, thousands of patients. Mine would be in probably the dozens of patients. So for those patients that I have treated early, none has been hospitalized and passed away. I've not lost a single patient to COVID-19, and I'm grateful for that. And I think one of the other things that I think is really important And it's not just the drug therapy, but it's optimizing your immune system. So I was very clear to my patients from the get-go back in March of 2020, when the pandemic took place. And I knew with my interest in nutrition that having an optimized immune system was really important to help maintain good health. I'm also part of another organization that where we have met and we discussed nutrition on a weekly basis, and we came up with guidelines for what we recommended as the proper nutrients. And that would be with vitamin D. We had suggested everyone take 2,000 units of vitamin D because we know there's been data for decades, countless papers, even outside of COVID-19, that vitamin D is so integral to the immune system that it's not just a vitamin, it's actually functions as a hormone. It has an immunomodulatory support. So we knew that vitamin D is important to help keep you out of the ICU. There have been studies since that showed if you were vitamin D deficient, your likelihood of progressing to severe disease was significantly higher. There were other nutrients that I talked about with my patients: vitamin C, zinc, selenium, magnesium, and then quercetin. So a whole bunch of nutrients. And I sent out newsletters to all of my patients by email. I have a system where I can send out mass emails. And I told my patients, this is what I recommend to help support a healthy immune system, so that if you do get sick, that hopefully it won't be as bad as if you did not have all of these nutritionals. So of all of the patients that I have treated, there's only one patient that I did treat that did require a short hospitalization. He was treated late in the disease during the inflammatory phase. And so he did require a little more than just ivermectin. He required a brief hospitalization for 3 days, did require the intravenous steroids and oxygen, and then was discharged home and recovered well. But all of the other patients that I've treated, all were treated as outpatients and did not require hospitalizations. And the other thing that I'd like to say is, if you treat your patients early, then they don't get long COVID. And that's so important, because a percentage of patients untreated will progress to long COVID. And those symptoms can persist for months and months. And there are now protocols for that to treat your long COVID patients. But you want to minimize the risk of that happening. So early treatment with multi-drug therapy, because it's not just, I just want to say that it's not just ivermectin. There are multiple agents that we use at the right time of the illness that can be utilized. It's not a single drug therapy. We have a multitude of drugs. Use the medications at the right time for the right patients, and you customize. This is the art of medicine. It's not simply, you've got this one algorithm and you must follow this. There are many protocols that can be used, and I tailor my treatment to the individual patient, and that's the art and the beauty of practicing medicine.
So, Dr. Bernstein, thank you very much for that. I have a few questions myself, but I see a question in the chat, so I'm gonna give our viewers priority over my question. So let me ask you this question from a viewer. So the question is, Doctor, how do you apply clinical benefits of using off-label or repurposed medications versus the range of COVID-19 vaccine? Is the profit, and there's a second level to that question, is the profit motive a central factor in the propagation of certain medications in the medical world over others?
So the thing about vaccines are not a treatment, vaccines are a prevention. So we can't use, there is the hope that if you get a vaccine in every arm, then the pandemic's over. We are finding that in other countries right now that's not the case, and I think we'll talk about that a little bit later. From the treatment perspective, sure. I mean, you have a pharmaceutical industry that is interested in maximizing profits. So there are patented medications, and some are good. There are monoclonal antibodies that are actually effective in early treatment. So Regeneron, for example, are a set of monoclonal antibodies. I'm not sure what the cost is, but they most have to be given in a hospital setting or a clinic setting, usually by intravenous infusion. And in Canada, at least, these are therapies that are not readily available. I don't know any patients who have received any of these therapies for early treatment. There are other therapies that are used within the hospital setting. So this would be when patients are presenting late because they haven't been treated, and hospitals have been using remdesivir, which is very expensive. It's actually a repurposed but on patent medication, and unfortunately, it really has not been shown to have any benefit. The World Health Organization in November 2020 issued a statement recommending a conditional against using remdesivir, in that there was no clinical benefit seen as far as a mortality benefit. And at best, there were some studies suggesting a slightly shorter length of hospital stay. So it's somewhat surprising that certain medications continue to be used as a priority first line, very expensive. It's $3,000 or $4,000 per patient. I'm not sure how how countries can afford to use that versus I can't imagine why wouldn't anybody want to use inexpensive repurposed medications so that you don't end up in hospital. It just doesn't make sense.
So Dr. Burstein, I want to show you something. I want to show this to the Jamaican people as well. This is the COVID-19 critical care website. So this is the prevention and treatment protocol for COVID-19. Is this the protocol that you've been using for your patients?
Not so. The IMAS is the protocol for broad-based population control. I think designed more for developing countries that don't have the resources. Mm-hmm. If you look at the iMask protocol, so one up, click on one. Yeah, iMask. This is, and if you click on, yeah, so this is the prevention and early outpatient treatment protocol. This is the protocol that I refer to most commonly. I mean, I use medications beyond this protocol, but this one is, I say it's one of the gold standards. It has a lot of excellent information in it. You've got all of the nutritional guidance in there. Tells you your vitamin D, your zinc, your quercetin, melatonin as additional support, and you can see there are different protocols for both prevention and early outpatient treatment. So the prevention is you don't have COVID. You are looking to prevent getting COVID by taking ivermectin on a weekly basis. That's basically the dosing. They have a protocol for taking for taking ivermectin weekly, because there's data. There are clinical trials that show ivermectin on a weekly basis dramatically reduces the risk of actually contracting COVID-19. So there are patients who, perhaps if they're higher risk or they don't want the vaccine or they can't take the vaccine, using the prevention protocol is quite reasonable. The other thing, if someone is on the prevention protocol and they happen to contract COVID-19, still possible, then you would just switch to the early treatment protocol. So in the early treatment protocol, I generally use, we have a dosing range, 0.2 to 0.4 milligrams per kilogram. The guidelines have been adjusted in recent months. They've allowed for more flexible dosing to increase the amount of ivermectin for severity, to account for increased severity of disease. Because we have found that some people are harder to treat and they require higher doses and for longer treatment durations. So basically we treat in the beginning, my first patient, the guidance was treat for 2 days. Now I treat for, I usually prescribe for 5 days, and you can actually treat for up to 10 days. But basically you can stop the ivermectin when the patient has had a clinical recovery. So excellent protocol. There's also guidance from the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, headed by Dr. Peter McCullough. He has another excellent protocol, uses ivermectin, uses hydroxychloroquine. It's fairly similar, but it has other options in it. He has been a pioneer in early outpatient treatment. I've been on calls with him. I talk to him all the time, and a true advocate and pioneer for early COVID patient management, because the goal is reduce hospitalization and death.
So Dr. Bernstein, let me ask you a question. It's a very loaded question, by the way. From your professional experience as a medical doctor, can we use the eye mask protocol to actually stem infections, stem serious illness, stem death caused by COVID-19 and end this pandemic?
Absolutely. It's been seen in countries, regions, cities that have implemented broad-based ivermectin use, that you drop your hospitalizations within 2 weeks. So Mexico City did it. Many of the provinces or states in India, India had a very difficult spring. You saw in the news people hospitalized, dying left, right, and center. The case counts and illness went right up, but also it dropped precipitously. And ivermectin has been a very important part of the protocols within India. Uttar Pradesh being one of the states that has been very good with use of ivermectin. So yeah, if it were given to everybody, if it was broadly available and encouraged
for $1 a day, by the way, just to let you guys know the cost of $1 US a day.
It's inexpensive in India. It really depends on where you are. In Canada, it's a little more, it's different. It's a little more expensive. It's not as readily available. You can't get it in most pharmacies. We have to get it mostly from compounding pharmacies, because there are no other. There is only one official manufacturer for Canada, and that is from the original product from Merck. And it's not available. It's on back order till the end of the year at least, so you can't get it. And even so, their product is about $3 Canadian per 3 milligram tablet. So treatment with the stromectal version of ivermectin is actually quite expensive, but the compounded version of ivermectin is quite a bit, is much less expensive. But if I strongly believe that if countries were to implement broad-based ivermectin use on a population-wide scale, everybody had it in their hands ready to go. The evidence would suggest the pandemic would be significantly curtailed. I'm not sure we can say we can end it completely. I think it's fair to say we're going to have to live with this for some time as an endemic infection, and we have to learn how to live with it and manage it.
But the point is that we won't require these draconian measures of lockdowns and curfews to control a virus. So I want to show you something, Dr. Bernstein. I want to know what you think about it. Let me know if you can hear the audio, because sometimes I do have some trouble with this. Let me. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
We're looking at an orally administered, maybe 7 to 10 days, given to person who is early on in the course of their infection before you get to the cascade of events that lead to the aberrant activation inflammatory response that kills people. Because we know now from a lot of experience with the care of these individuals that if you can keep that virus from going to the upper airway, to going down into the lung and other organ systems, you can change what could be a devastating disease and make it an upper airway common cold type approach, which is really what we need to do.
Well, I agree with that.
One second. Let me fix my mic here. Having some issues. A second. Okay, stop the share. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason why I played this video is because this is the same guy and his friends that were criticizing doctors like yourself for saying what he just said. Doctors have lost their livelihoods. They've lost their licenses. They've lost friends and families. They've been kicked off of social media, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, you name it. They've been forced underground. And I want to know what you think, how you feel about Dr. Fauci saying this right now at this time, knowing full well that you were right all along.
Well, the history books will judge him accordingly. There have been many flip-flops over time. We have been saying all along that early treatment is critical, and those medications have always been here all along from day one. Now, I believe he is referring to a new medication that's being manufactured by Merck called molnupiravir, an antiviral, which may be the reason why Merck is not interested in the marketing of ivermectin. In fact, they've taken an official statement, a stance that ivermectin is ineffective, that there's no safety data on it. On February 4th on their website, that is what they promoted, and that's what many organizations refer to, in that Merck states that ivermectin doesn't work for COVID-19, therefore you should not use it. But from the business interests of the company, they're looking at this expensive new product that incidentally did not work on the hospitalized patients. They found that there was no efficacy, no benefit when used in the hospital setting. And so they abandoned that part of the clinical trials since it showed no benefit. So it functions as an early antiviral. I think one of the benefits of ivermectin over molnupiravir, and I know nothing about safety data of molnupiravir or really anything else at this point, except that it's going to be, I think, fairly expensive as an oral antiviral. But ivermectin has benefits at all phases of COVID-19. It's not just an antiviral, but has anti-inflammatory properties. So it can be used at any stage, although using it early works best. When you treat the disease early, Dr. Fauci is correct. You don't want the disease to progress to the lower airways and end up in that inflammatory phase, usually starting around day 8. Patients can get sick very quickly. Their oxygen levels drop. They can't breathe. They require oxygen, and they require much more aggressive therapy. You want to try to prevent that from happening. So that's where early treatment is important. Unfortunately, Dr. Fauci has not been a proponent of any of the other repurposed medications. There's not enough data, blah blah blah. But it sounds like he's ready to endorse a new antiviral product that hasn't been used very broadly yet. Probably the clinical trials are with patients in the hundreds, whereas with all of the ivermectin trials and the hydroxychloroquine trials, there's thousands of patients in those. So to say that there aren't there isn't the data for the other medications is just completely not true. That's not following the scientific evidence. It's there. What I would say about certain medications like hydroxychloroquine is it doesn't work or it doesn't seem to work very well at all, I think, in the hospitalized setting. So it's a appropriate use for early treatment or even as a prophylaxis as well as a potential prevention.
And we've heard that this is the reason why parts of Western Africa, like Nigeria and Ghana, they're not experiencing massive outbreaks and deaths like the rest of the world, because they've been using ivermectin since the beginning of this pandemic. Right?
Really, it's not rocket science.
Yeah.
You have journalists who say, well, we don't know why these other countries are not experiencing outbreaks. Well, you look at what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's
crazy. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
Right.
It's many of the developing countries that are leading. They're far further ahead than the Western countries in terms of managing the pandemic in their own countries. It's really been quite. It's sad. It's a sad time.
So my other question for you now, and this is a contentious issue, even in Canada, as they begin to vaccinate children at the age of 12.
Yeah.
Eventually, they're going to start doing the same thing in Jamaica. What is the risk to children of COVID-19?
So the answer is very, very low. The likelihood of a child having a severe illness and dying is close to zero. It's almost zero. And usually the ones that unfortunately may pass away, from COVID-19, as few as they are, most of the time there are comorbidities, underlying health issues. But in general, children handle the virus quite well. They have, a mild cold, a sniffle, runny nose, a little bit of a fever, and that's it.
And
so,
and now we hear the Canadian government. Well, not the Canadian government. We hear the provinces, the provincial governments, actually saying it's time to mandate vaccines for teachers and for health professionals. So my question, so we've been hearing what's been going on in the news, and even CNN is reporting it. CNN, who's been knocking doctors on your side of the spectrum, CNN has reported it, that the Delta variant, the vaccinated and the unvaccinated have the same viral load of the Delta variant and the same ability to transmit this virus to people. So my question to you, if the vaccinated and the unvaccinated can transmit this virus to children or to their patients, what is the need to require mandatory vaccination for them?
I can't make a claim that there should be mandatory vaccination, for anyone. I think you can make an argument for mandatory vaccination if the vaccine was what we say a sterilizing vaccine, meaning it creates a true immunity. It prevents infection and prevents transmission, where you really break the cycle. And of course, if it's safe as well. Mm-hmm. But as we're seeing in other countries like Israel, the United Kingdom, and the US, it doesn't matter whether you've been vaccinated or unvaccinated. Both groups are contracting the virus and are both able to transmit the virus. So I'm not sure what vaccine mandates are going to accomplish, because a child having the vaccine, really, the concept of being able to hug, grandma doesn't make sense, because that child who's been vaccinated can still get the virus and transmit it, to granny. She can still get sick.
Yeah.
So it's concerning that we have governments that are and workplaces that are schools, institutions that are implementing these vaccine mandates. Mm-hmm. And I believe it's not going to accomplish what they set out to be. It's not going to break the cycle.
And
I will, again, make the claim that vaccinated patients who contract COVID still need treatment. They still need if they want to reduce the risk of hospitalizations, because vaccinated persons in Israel and the UK are still ending up hospitalized. Mm-hmm. However, what has been noticed so far is that the death rates are quite low, even with the Delta variant. People are ending up in hospital, but we're not seeing that huge onslaught of deaths. I think there still will be deaths if people are untreated. But again, if you treat patients early with multi-drug medications, inexpensive repurposed medications, whether you're vaccinated or not, you're going to reduce those risks of hospitalization.
And we saw a release by Pfizer recently. They're saying that the immunity from their vaccine is slowing down, is being reduced. And then they recommended that not only do you take the vaccine, but that you take an oral pill with the vaccine as well. So they're now talking about the vaccine and an oral pill. That's something that I wanted to put out there.
I don't know what that oral pill is. Do you know what it is?
No, I don't. They didn't say. They did not say at all. They just made a Twitter post and say that, oh no, or vaccines, the efficiency, the effectiveness is being reduced. We're gonna need to give you a pill with it. And then Moderna is now saying that you're gonna need a booster shot. I can't recall when they said. I think it was October, November, or something like that. They're saying that you're gonna need a booster shot for the vaccine. But I want to move on from that, and I have a question for you, a specific question for you, because I need people to understand this. A lot of people are comparing the COVID-19 vaccines to the polio vaccine or the flu vaccine or any of those past traditional vaccines. So I want to explain to the Jamaican people the difference between the mRNA, the vector adenovirus, and the traditional vaccines. And just to clarify, the Pfizer and the Moderna are mRNA, and the AstraZeneca and the Johnson & Johnson are adenovirus vaccines. So you can go ahead and answer that question.
So the mRNA vaccine, basically, they contain the genetic code for the spike protein. So it's a sequence of messenger RNA. It's encapsulated in this, what we call lipid nanoparticles, and it's injected into the deltoid muscle. And then what happens is it's taken up, the messenger RNA enters the cell cytoplasm, so within the cell wall, and there are ribosomes. These are the structures within the cells that transcribe the messenger RNA to manufacture the spike protein. The spike protein is the protein on the surface of the coronavirus. And by generating the spike protein allows an immune response by the body to produce antibodies to the spike protein. So once you have antibodies to the spike protein, that is how one is presumed to have immunity, but it's basically just to that one protein on the SARS-CoV-2 virus. With the adenovirus vector vaccines, basically it's a DNA vaccine, DNA code that is inside this adenovirus. The adenovirus is basically an inactivated cold virus. It's not able to replicate. So it just basically acts as the transport medium. So the DNA of the adenovirus enters the cell nucleus of your body cells. It produces the RNA from the DNA, and then the RNA is then transcribed into the spike protein and expressed on the cell surface, and they circulate as well. So it's basically producing all the vaccines, these type of vaccines, whether it's messenger RNA or adenovirus, they are producing the spike protein in order to mount an immune response. A traditional vaccine, basically you are like a flu shot. It contains inactivated viral protein. So a portion of the virus is what is contained within the vaccine itself. And by injecting that, it will directly stimulate an immune response. So these vaccines are certainly not traditional. I think there are some traditional type.
Like the Novavax.
Well, so Novavax it's still not a traditional vaccine. It contains a fixed amount of pre-manufactured spike protein. So it does contain like spike protein itself versus a more fuller part of the virus, like the I think the Chinese vaccine is a traditional protein like traditional virus, inactivated viral, where they take the virus itself, they inactivate it, so it's not able to replicate.
Yeah.
And that's sort of my understanding, but I know much less about the other vaccines. So again, at the end of the day, the current vaccines are production of spike protein, but that in itself can be problematic in some patients because the spike protein from the virus itself is potentially pathogenic. So some of the diseases caused by COVID-19 is caused by the spike protein. So on the same token, some of the adverse events from the vaccine are presumed to be from the circulating spike protein within the body and the different tissues.
Yes. And the traditional vaccines, how would you compare them to what they have now?
Compare it in terms of what we have. This is new technology. There's never been a coronavirus type vaccine ever produced before or released on a population under emergency use or interim order authorization. So it's hard. We really have nothing to compare to. Certain vaccines are more effective than others. Flu shots. The annual flu shots have quite variable efficacy. I'd say typically in recent years, they've been deemed to be at the lower end of efficacy, perhaps 20%. Sometimes at best, they're 60 or 70% effective based on, usually they contain 3 or 4 different strains of the influenza virus based on what's been deemed to be circulating in the previous year. So that's why the flu shot is different every year, containing different strains. But but overall, the efficacy rate of the flu shots has been fairly low. But you want to I guess some efficacy is better than none. But other vaccines like measles, mumps, rubella are quite potent. They are sterilizing. They generally produce a much stronger immune response. Or the chickenpox virus, the polio vaccine.
Yeah,
these are the sterilizing type of vaccines that do, produce a good immune response and do tend to prevent transmission, prevent disease and prevent transmission.
Yeah. So, and from a personal standpoint, and many don't understand this. Many think that people who don't want to, take vaccines are anti-vaccine, right? So I'm going to tell you personally, right here, right now, that I am going to avoid taking any of these COVID-19 vaccines, and I'm going to avoid giving any of these vaccines to my children. And that's my personal choice, right? That's my family's personal choice. But in the same breath, I brought my son to his pediatrician yesterday to get his measles shots, right? So just simply because I don't want to take a COVID-19 vaccine doesn't mean that I'm anti-vaccine. I just don't want to take that vaccine. Right. I don't want to give it to my children. Right, I'm more comfortable with the others, with the measles vaccine and so on and so forth. Right.
Yeah, so, I completely agree. I think that this is unfair labeling of individuals who have concerns, about the current vaccines. It is not fair to dismiss the concerns.
Yeah,
it is not fair to dismiss the adverse event profile. These vaccines are not without risks. If you look at the VAERS database, particularly, you are going to see a lot of issues. And I have, within my own practice, I've seen many adverse events, and these events have been, significantly higher than other vaccines that have been developed. So, I agree that most people who who are uncomfortable, taking the current COVID-19 vaccines. I think people would feel quite comfortable if they had comfort knowing that the vaccines were both safe, that the safety has been proven over longer term trials, and that the vaccines are effective. I don't think anyone would hesitate, taking them. But I understand the concerns that people have, and there may be potential contraindications to taking them. You may have a medical condition. You may have an allergy to polyethylene glycol that may result in an anaphylactic reaction. There are people that legitimately should not take them. You can't call them anti-vaxxer. That's just not fair. That's discriminatory. It's not right.
Yeah.
But to be concerned is not the same as to be labeled an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, and I want to get to our final point before I let you go, because I know you're very busy. So there has been confusion out there because of how we refer to COVID-19 and how we refer to SARS-CoV-2. Most people don't understand that SARS-CoV-2 is the virus that causes the disease called COVID-19. So most people don't understand that. But something that I recently found out is that while SARS-CoV-2 is a respiratory virus, COVID-19 is actually a vascular virus. That's something that I was seeing recently. So what are the implications of this?
So, COVID-19 is a multi-systemic disease. It's not just vascular disease is part of what can go wrong in the disease called COVID-19. Mm-hmm. So certainly in the inflammatory phase of COVID-19 disease, clotting is an issue. And that's why in these protocols, we see, if you look at the hospital protocols, the Math Plus protocol, you see all the anticoagulants, the blood thinners, and also in the IMAS protocol, aspirin as a blood thinner is recommended, 325 milligrams, unless there's a specific contraindication, and that's because of the potential clotting. What happens is you can have effects on the platelets from, I think, from the spike protein, in that it can cause platelet agglutination, where you get these thrombosis or clotting, or platelet degranulation, where it's fairly rare, but basically the platelet levels will drop down to zero, and you can hemorrhage, you can bleed to death. Yeah, with catastrophic strokes. So that is the clotting component. But there are many facets. You've got the neurologic, you've got cardiac. It really affects all of the systems potentially. Again, the importance of treating early to prevent or reduce the risk of these complications. Yeah.
So before I let you go, Dr. Bernstein, do you have any last words? So just to give you a heads up about what's going on in Jamaica right now. We have our government, or Minister of Health, actually hinting at sort of a segregation policy, where he might create policies to exclude unvaccinated individuals from government services, from public activities, maybe going into government building, using public transit, and so on and so forth. If you have a message right now to the government of Jamaica on the segregation between vaccinated and unvaccinated, what would that message be?
Well, first I would say the message would apply to Canada too, because the Canadian governments are looking at the same policies. This is, governments seem to be acting in lockstep on this. And I would say to the governments, please look at the science. Listen to the scientists. Please open your eyes, consult with the vaccinologists. Look at all of the experts who have an understanding of the disease. Look at those, listen to those who have information to offer, and please rethink these policies, because they are not going to have the intended intended effects. They can only have negative consequences on society, and it will further divide society. These are very dark times. This is not good. These type of you only have to look back into the 1930s, 1940s, when these sorts of segregation, policies, took place with devastating effects. It didn't work out well. And I can't see that doing something like this will work out well and benefit society as a whole. I think we have to work together to end this pandemic, keep working on vaccines, finding safer and more effective vaccines, and encourage the early treatment so that we don't have to do these draconian policies and we can end this pandemic. I want to remain hopeful with Jamaica and with Canada that this is something that we can manage and should manage and end this pandemic and learn to live with this virus successfully and mitigate the harm.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Bernstein. It was really great having you on today, and I'm hoping that we can get you back to actually talk more details about this. And actually, we might be inviting some Jamaican doctors to possibly come on our show after they see your video. They might be influenced to come on the show, and then we can actually create a little conference and we can actually discuss this issue publicly, and then we can see what we can do further from that. We can see if the government would actually listen to what the experts are actually saying. Thank you, Dr. Bernstein. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, and I've enjoyed our discussion and be happy to join a panel and have that dialogue.
Yes, great.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye now.
So there you have it. That was Dr. Ira Bernstein, doctor from Toronto, Ontario. He has never lost COVID-19 patient. He has been treating patients using a process called early outpatient treatment. So I hope you heard what he said. He's saying he told the Jamaican government, he told the Canadian government, listen to the experts. But I want you to ask this question. If the government is not listening to experts right now, who are they listening to? I want you to ask yourself that question. I see some comments here that Jamaica won the 4x1 relay. Congratulations, are needed. But right now, even though that's a momentous occasion, that's a happy occasion, at the moment we're still bogged down by sadness. And I want to talk about what's been going on in Barbados. So we have a few minutes before we hear from our UIC walkers on the ground. But I want to hear what's been going on in countries like Barbados and countries like St. Vincent. So Marcia, are you on with us right now? Let me know if you're here, Marcia.
Yes. Hi. I'm getting there. I can't do my camera just yet. I'm working on that.
Yeah.
But good to be on. I'm sorry, but we were there watching the Olympics.
Mm. Yeah, so Dr. Ira Bernstein just came off. He dropped some jewels and gave us some really great information on how to actually protect ourselves from COVID-19. In fact, he gave us information that we need to end this pandemic right now. Right now, in this time, the cases in Jamaica, Barbados, St. Vincent, the deaths, we can put a stop to that right now. And I'm going to repeat what he said. If the government listens to the experts, and I asked this question earlier, if the government is not listening to the experts, who are they listening to? But I want to know what's going on in Barbados and St. Vincent. I've been seeing some news, particularly St. Vincent. So if you could just give us an update.
Yes. Yes. Good morning. Again, in Barbados, let's start with Barbados. Start with that. Right now, we're waiting today. The Attorney General is supposed to be making a decision or recommendation as to if they're going to allow the employers to institute the mandatory vaccination for employees. So we're waiting on that. We were told the 6th. So Barbados is waiting on that. We're also, like yourselves, you had your Freedom March today, your Walk of Liberty. We have a Walk of Freedom tomorrow, starting 9 a.m. AST time here in Barbados. So that is happening tomorrow. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they had a march yesterday, and there was the people were very much voicing how they really feel about the changing of the bill. There are of the law, the health law, the Public Health Act. They're seeking to change that and to make it mandatory for people to be vaccinated or to be injected, as some say. And that is causing real unrest in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In their protest yesterday, someone, or I'm not sure how, but the Prime Minister got hit in his head and injured. And so, we're, we wake up with that, dealing with that. We're told that he'll be coming to Barbados for further treatment, actually. So yeah.
So he's leaving St. Vincent to go to Barbados for the treatment?
Yes, for MRI machine. I don't know. I'm saying all these years they don't have proper MRI.
Isn't St. Vincent the territory of the US?
No, they're not. They're not.
Oh no! I was thinking about the Virgin Islands. Sorry, yeah, I was thinking about the Virgin Islands. So Saint Vincent doesn't have MRI machines. That's starting to sound very, very familiar.
I mean, I didn't hear the end of what you said.
No, I'm saying Saint Vincent doesn't have MRI machines, but that's starting to sound very familiar to some of the problems that we have in Jamaica, right? It's the Caribbean-wide problem.
Yeah, can you believe that? I mean, he has been in office now for about 15 or 16 years, 4 terms.
Wow.
Yes, 4 terms. And a lot of what you see on the street there, it's the anger. The people are very angry. The way they have been treated over the years, they have not been very kind to those people. And so a lot of them are very, very upset. And to think that they could not do the MRI in their own country, that they had to go and he's responsible for that. It's his country.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so just so everybody here knows that the UIC has connected with individuals, with groups in St. Vincent, in Barbados, in Virgin Islands. And what we're hoping to do is create sort of a coalition. What we're doing in Jamaica is great, is needed, it's necessary, and it's important to push Jamaican society forward. But we want to do that in the Caribbean, the entire Caribbean. We want to go into Haiti. We want to go into Cuba, right? We want to create a united Caribbean state, or United States of the Caribbean, right? So what's going to be happening is this, and this is why the UIC needs their support. The United Independence Congress needs to become the government of Jamaica, not for the UIC, but for the people of Jamaica, for the Caribbean. The UIC, and I'm not trying to boast here or anything. I'm just telling the straight up truth. The UIC, or organizations like the UIC, is the hope that the Caribbean needs. Is the hope of countries like West Africa, like Ghana, like Nigeria. We have to create this coalition, because in a small island like Jamaica, it can't stand alone. We need our brothers and sisters, right? So tomorrow, for the march at Barbados tomorrow, if there's a live stream, I'll definitely be joining that live stream, and I'll be giving Barbados my support. If there are more protests in St. Vincent, I will definitely be joining those streams to give them my support. And I want you guys in Jamaica to support our Caribbean brothers and sisters, because without that support, like we are weak, and we need strength. So Marsha, so right now we're waiting on footage from the ground. They should be starting in around 5 minutes or so, but they did give me a heads up that they're going to be starting maybe 15 minutes past the hour, just to get everything settled and going. So we're still waiting for that right now. But in regards to the conversation with Dr. Ira Bernstein, we come to the conclusion as a medical professional that we can actually end these draconian measures. We can end these lockdown mandates, these curfew mandates, these mask mandates. We can shut those down right now, but only if we utilize early outpatient treatment. He says, listen to the experts. The UIC has been listening to the experts for the past 19 months. These are the experts that have been advising the UIC, telling us what's going on. So when the UIC comes out and say, Andrew Holness, Christopher Tufton, what you are doing is wrong. Lockdowns don't work. Curfews don't work. We've known from last year, March, April, that early outpatient treatment and targeted protection is the way to deal with this pandemic. We've seen where and this is something that I want you guys to realize. Over 1,000 Jamaicans have died from COVID-19. That's what the data says, the data provided to us by the government of Jamaica, over 1,000, right? And we've been tagging the Prime Minister, we've been tagging Christopher Tufton, we've sent them letters. They know what's going on. They know the UIC's position, but they choose to ignore UIC's position. We've been telling them, experts have been telling them that we need to utilize outpatient treatment to save the lives of Jamaicans. And I'm going to say this right here, right now, that if the government of Jamaica had listened to the experts, more Jamaicans would have been alive today. The Jamaicans that are going to die this week, or the Jamaicans that are going to die next week, would be alive. We have to give. So the government of Jamaica controls our healthcare system. They regulate our healthcare system. So they have a lot of control, a lot of say over what we do and what we don't do. So what we need right now from the government of Jamaica is to provide confidence to the medical doctors in Jamaica for them to engage in proper practices. Doctors are afraid of you. They are scared of you. Nurses are afraid of you. What kind of society is that? What kind of country is that where experts, medical experts are deathly afraid of their government?
But you see, Devon, this is the same thing that's happening here. I mean, the doctors here, they dare not say something else. They can't, I remember BAMP, which is a Barbados Association.
So, okay, looks like we lost Marsha here. Looks like she might have had an internet connection. Hi Camille, how are you doing? Are you here, Camille? Can you hear me? Hello, Camille.
Good morning, Devon. Good morning. Sorry, I was on mute. How are you? You're doing an awesome job. My goodness.
And thank you. I know that you're busy in the background working with the UIC to make sure everything is perfect. Do you have any updates from me about what's going on? I haven't been able to tap into Joseph, Winston, and the UIC groups. Do you have any updates?
Not yet. He just posted a voice note, which I was just about to listen to. So let me listen to that and I'll get right back to you. I'll interject if I need to.
Okay, great. Michael, are you here? Can you hear me, Michael?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Michael, you're in Jamaica, right?
Yes.
Why aren't you at Hero Circle?
No, that's in Kingston. I'm in Montego Bay.
Oh, you're in Montego Bay. Oh, it's great that you mentioned that you're in Montego Bay because we won't only just be doing Kingston. And I'm making this public right now that the UIC will be going around the island. We'll be going from parish to parish to parish. And we will be mobilizing the Jamaican people against authoritarianism, against dictatorship, against force, against fraud, against coercion. We'll be mobilizing the Jamaican people to unite all across the island. So I'm gonna get back to you in a sec, Michael. Marsha just came back on, and I wanted to finish what she was saying. Marsha, are you here?
Sorry about that. We had some problems here with my computer. But what I was saying was that in Barbados, the Barbados Association of Medical Practitioners, very early, they were trying to advise the government, and they refused to listen to them. Everything is about the WHO. It's almost like these countries were no longer sovereign. We've sent these wonderful people through, school. They've gone to UIC, medical, and they studied. They're doctors. But for some reason, all of a sudden, they have nothing to contribute. Mm. They're doctors here. They will never. They won't talk about anything else. About the vaccine, because they can't say anything else.
They're scared.
They're scared. They can't say anything else. So it's happening. It's not just in Jamaica, I'm saying, but these great scholars who have gone to or brightest, gone to University of the West Indies, did well in medical school, and they come out, they're practicing, some of them for years, and all of a sudden they're not an authority anymore.
Yeah.
They can't say anything. So it's everywhere, really.
And then it's not just the doctors. Now you have the teachers who are going to be forced to take something that they might not want to take. And what voice do the teachers have? Where's their voice? The doctors, this is their field. They can probably try to find a way around it. As a matter of fact, they have been finding a way around it, because since last year, a lot of Jamaicans don't know this, but doctors in Jamaica have been taking ivermectin. I'm going to be the whistleblower here right now, because I'm going to tell you the truth.
And can I confirm that, Devon, because I've spoken to a doctor in Jamaica who confirmed what you're saying, that a lot of people in the medical profession, that's what they're taking, and they're doing it in Bahamas too. A lot of the doctors in Bahamas are taking ivermectin. And, but it's like for us common people, why can't we? Why can't they open it up? I don't know if you saw the news in the Jordan newspaper, where it's saying, I'm looking for it here now, that Israel is saying that, listen, we could end this pandemic right now, for less than $1 a day. Less than $1 a day. And they're talking about the ivermectin. For less than $1 a day, they're saying we could end this for less than $1 a day.
Instantly. Right away, right? Sorry, what do I have here? Okay, we have some more folks joining us here. People are waking up, yes. Because
Devon.
Hey, Camille, do you have an
Yes, Joseph said in the voice note that quite a few of them are there on site, and they're just waiting a few more minutes for others to join, and we would be able to tap in with them at that point.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah, okay. Let's hold a conversation until then. I'm gonna give you a recap about what's been going on, because people are waking up now. Is the race over, Marsha?
Yes, the race is over. Yes, the race is over. Men didn't medal, but they tried their best.
Yeah.
But our women are there again, and that's a beautiful thing. We're seeing all these medals that we're winning, not just in Jamaica, but Bahamas as well, doing very well. Trinidad, Grenada, and the big thing, Devon, is whether we could harness all of that discipline and the commitment and the fortitude of our people, and to bring it all together to govern ourselves. so that we don't have a prime minister from St. Vincent and the Grenadines who needs an MRI and has to fly to Barbados to get it. You know, that we begin to truly govern our countries. And
Yes.
I think that is what is needed. If we could harness all that's happening in terms of the athletic field, you know, and bring that to governance, I think that would be wonderful.
Yeah, and I said it before earlier in this live that, you know, if government would just get out of our ways, the Jamaican people will produce, the Barbadian people will produce, the Vinci people, the Trinity people will produce. I just want to give everybody a recap for those of us just joining us, because some of you just woke up. Some of you just came off the TV or the live watching the race. So I'm going to give you a recap of what we've been talking about for the past, 3 hours. We've been live for 3 hours now. So earlier in the show, Dr. Ira Bernstein, a Torontonian doctor, came on this show and dropped a few gems. So I'm going to let you know what he said. I asked him a question. Are children at risk of COVID-19? His response was that children are at a very low risk of COVID-19, of dying from COVID-19 or of serious illness of COVID-19. In fact, their risk is close to zero. However, children who have comorbidities may, in fact, be at risk of serious illness or dying from COVID-19. Now, I asked him another question about, let's see here. Okay, in countries that used the drug ivermectin, did cases and deaths fall? Yes, Marsha, I'm using the bad word on this show. I'm using the bad word. Right? And his response was yes. In every single country that used this anti-parasitic drug that cost $1 per day, the cases fell, serious illness fell, deaths fell. And you have to ask a question. In Western Africa, you find that they don't have a serious problem with SARS-CoV-2, with COVID-19. And why is that? And the answer is ivermectin is available over the counter. Are you hearing me? It is available over the counter. But here's the funny thing, and this is I'm following up on what Marsha said just now in regards to doctors in Jamaica actually taking ivermectin. We ended the pandemic for doctors. Think about that. We ended the pandemic for doctors in Jamaica. Doctors aren't getting sick. Doctors aren't dying. Why is that? You see, doctors are smart. While, okay, I think we have somebody here that wants to jump in. Let's see. Great. Yes. So while doctors, you know, while their mouths are closed and, you know, they can't really talk about the stuff that we're talking about right now, or the stuff that Dr. Ira was brave enough to talk about on this show, they are going the extra mile to ensure that they are safe and that their families are safe. What I'm here to do, what Marsha is here to do, I see Michael here, what Camille is here to do right now on this phone is to provide you with the information that you need to keep yourself safe. Earlier in the show, I showed you the outpatient COVID-19 treatment protocol. I don't know if you've ever seen it before, Marsha, but I showed it here on the screen and I post the link in the chat for it. So you now have the ability to protect yourself. What we need now is to try to find a list of doctors in Jamaica that are brave enough to save the Jamaican people. Okay, another question. So Dr. Bernstein said he's never lost a COVID-19 patient. He has never lost a single one. And we asked him why and how, and he says with the same COVID-19 protocol that I showed on the screen. I'm going to show it to you guys again, probably later in the show when I find it back. Actually, I posted it in the chat, so I can click the link here, and I'm going to show you the protocol. So if you've never seen it before, this is it. This is how. Okay, this is how he has been saving the lives of his patients. This website is called COVID-19criticalcare.com, and the government of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, Christopher Tufton, the Ministry of Health, needs to go on this website as soon as they see this video, because they will see this video, because they're looking, they're watching, don't think they aren't. When they see this video, I'm gonna cut and paste it. They need to go on this website and they need to provide confidence to the Jamaican people, provide confidence to the medical professionals to ensure that protocols like this are being used in Jamaica to defend and to protect the Jamaican people. Okay. I asked him what the differences are about between mRNA and adenovirus and traditional vaccines. You can rewatch the live to see what his response was. I don't want to get into that because I'm not a medical professional and I can make mistakes and I can say the wrong things, right? Let's see, was there anything else that we had asked him that was a bombshell? We asked him, I said, Dr. Ira, Dr. Bernstein, if we in Jamaica decide that we are going to deploy ivermectin across the island, just as how the government has decided that it wants to deploy vaccines. I can't recall what the total cost is for the vaccines. I don't remember the cost per person for the vaccine, but we know that the cost per day for ivermectin is $1, and I think the treatment is once every 2 weeks. I can't remember right now. I don't want to get into that. Don't listen to me. I am not a doctor. All right. So the point is that Dr. Bernstein said that if we follow the early outpatient COVID-19 protocol, we can end this pandemic. We can end these lockdowns. We can end these curfews. We can end all of these draconian measures today, but only if the government of Jamaica listens to the experts. Only if the government of Barbados, of Trinidad, of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of the US Virgin Islands, only if they listen to what the experts are saying. A lot of this, Marsha, Michael, Camille, is common sense. If you look at a country where cases are not rampant, illnesses are not rampant, deaths are not rampant, wouldn't you conduct some form of research to find out why? Why? Ask yourself, why has the government of Jamaica decided that it's not within the best interest of Jamaican, of the people, to actually have a team of people, a team of experts who look into these things, who research, who investigate these things and report back to the Jamaican people? Why do we have to rely on the World Health Organization? Why do we have to rely on people outside of Jamaica to be safe? We have experts in our country. We have virologists in Jamaica. We have epidemiologists. We have, I think they call them vaccinologists, people with expertise in vaccines, right? We have these people in Jamaica. Why don't you have them investigate what's going on? But instead, the country is being shut down using draconian measures. And the other thing that I want to mention to you, doctors, virologists, medical experts, they are not the only ones that we need to manage a pandemic. You cannot manage a pandemic only using medical experts. You need economists. You need psychologists. You need teachers. You need elected representatives. We need to bring everyone to the table. We need to bring all of these aspects of society to the table. You cannot bring only one aspect of society, the medical expert, and say, okay, here, this is what we need to do. The medical expert is not going to consider the poor man. He's not going to consider what's going to happen if he shuts down the poor man's business, if he shuts down the poor man's livelihood. The medical expert is not going to think about that. Only thing he cares about is that people don't get sick by any means necessary. So now you need somebody to counteract that. You need maybe a constitutional lawyer to say, hey, Mr. Doctor, no, you can't lock people inside their homes. You can't tell people not to go outside. You can't arrest people for like not wearing a mask. You can't do that because, the Constitution says that this and that, even though I'm not trying to give credence to the Constitution that we have right now because it's very flawed, right? But the point I'm trying to make is that you need different aspects of society to manage a pandemic, right? When the economic guy comes and says, "Hey, Mr. Doctor, look, I know that you want to get rid of this virus, but here's the thing: if you lock down the country, if you shut down the country, then we're going to increase poverty. And when you have an increase in poverty, you have an increase in diseases. You have an increase in death because people can't afford to go to the doctor anymore. People can't afford to buy their medication. As a matter of fact, people are going to avoid going to the doctor's office because they don't want to get sick. And then they claim that the hospital system is being overwhelmed. You find that surgeries are now being delayed. But why is the hospital system being overwhelmed? Because the government refuses to listen to the experts. We can have Jamaicans at home recovering from this virus. Our country needs leadership, not the World Health Organization, not the FDA, not the NIH, not Gavi. And you got to research the names that I'm giving you right now. Gavi is the Global Alliance for Vaccines, right? The only thing our country needs right now is good leadership, common sense, good governance. And we need a panel of experts. And when I say experts, again, let me repeat myself. I'm not just talking about medical experts. I'm talking about experts in every single aspect of society. Because a psychologist does not understand vaccines. An economic guy doesn't understand vaccine, doesn't understand medical health. The police, the teachers, they don't understand that stuff. In the same breath that the medical professionals who understand vaccines, who understand virology, who understand bacteria, they do not understand economic principles. They do not understand poverty. They don't understand psychology. What our children are going through. Do we talk to children on a constant basis? Do you listen to what's happening in Jamaica right now? You see the massive increase in idle hands, which increases the amount of crime in Jamaica. Do you see the increase in child pregnancy in Jamaica? Do you see all of these things? Medical professionals, I'm not hitting against medical professionals, okay? I'm just saying that you cannot use your own lens to manage this pandemic. We need different aspects of society to come together on an expert panel to do this. And what we have an announcement to make at the end of the show. I want you to tune in and I want you to listen carefully because it is a big announcement. It's something that no other third-party political party, no party outside of the government, no individual outside of the government has ever done before. And this is going to be a legal activity. And we are going to announce this at the end of the show. So I'm going to bring on Michael Morrison. He's been wanting to speak for a while now. Michael, so you said that you're in Montego Bay?
Yes, that's right, Devon.
Okay, so tell me what it's like there. Are you the only one in Montego Bay right now that has any idea about the UIC? Because right now the UIC is still expanding. We're trying to get more Jamaicans to learn more about the UIC because we say that the moment every Jamaican knows about the UIC is the moment we start to poll above the PNP and the JLP because our policies are sound, common sense policies. Do you have an idea about the spread of the UIC's message in your community, even if that message is not directly from the UIC, but that message is about liberty and freedom?
Well, I can't say for sure, but most of the advertisement that I see about UIC is normally towards the Kingston area, Kingston, Mandeville, those areas. I don't see a lot of advertisement being done in the western side.
Yeah. Okay. So we do have some MP candidates. Oh, so So we have Prodigy Garden here in the comment section. I don't know why he's not here in the Zoom with us. I think he's out there pushing the UIC because he's been a big supporter of the UIC since he came in. He's actually going to so he's already interviewed. So he might actually become one of our MP or councillor candidates. He's right there in the comment section. So Montego Bay, if you're listening right now, you are going to have representation. And I can list some of the communities that are going to have representation, some of the parishes, I should say. Westmoreland, you are going to have representatives. St. Catherine, we have people in Spanish Town, we have people in Linstead, we have people in Portmore. You are going to have representatives. In St. Anne, we have people. You are going to have representatives. We haven't had, yes, Trelawney, we have people in Trelawney as well. You are going to have representatives. Yes, I see somebody in the comment from Westmoreland. Yes, we have people in multiple constituencies in Westmoreland. Didn't I tell you guys, the UIC is on its way to having 63 MPs. I was not joking. I was being very serious. We are on our way to having 63 MPs. And we are going to march straight to Parliament door. And we're going to say the time has come. You think we are going to wait 4 years for our election? Or 5 years for our election? We're not waiting. The people of Jamaica want change right now. And when the time comes, when we march to Parliament door, Andrew Holness is going to have to call the election because a majority of Jamaicans are going to say it is time. The people are losing confidence and losing trust in this government. I'm not boasting about that, by the way. I don't like it. I don't like the idea of my people losing trust and confidence in the government of Jamaica. It's not a good thing. It's not good for society. So anybody that boasts about that is happy about that is not a good person. I'm not happy about that. I am sad about that. Right? It is a very dangerous situation when people lose confidence in their government. So I'm going to give Andrew Holness advice right now. Tell the people the truth. Be clear, be concise, be transparent. The people want it. And if you do not, the UIC will come. The UIC will become the government of Jamaica. And the UIC will tell the people the truth. Okay, and I think I see Mr. Patterson just jumped in the live here. I'm not sure. Okay, looks like he jumped in and jumped out. So yes, Michael, the UIC is coming. We're going to be circling the island, and a majority of Jamaicans are going to know the UIC name. So I see Mr. Raymond Grant is here. Can you hear me, Mr. Grant? Let me know where.
Yes, Devon, I can hear you. Sorry about that. My mic was off. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. So where are you calling in from, Mr. Grant?
Calgary in Canada.
Calgary in Canada. So, earlier in the show, I was talking to a doctor, Dr. Ira Bernstein, and myself and you, we were having a conversation. By the way, Mr. Raymond Grant here is a member of the UIC and a very important member of the UIC because he has been working on something that the Jamaican people have been waiting for a very, very long time. He's working on the UIC's crime plan. And whenever I talk to Mr. Raymond Grant, whenever I read aspects of the crime plan, tears come out my eyes. And you want to know why? It's not tears of sadness, it's tears of happiness, because I'm seeing where there is a light. I'm seeing where there's a future for Jamaica with the plan that Mr. Raymond Grant is working on right now. But back to what I was saying, I was talking to Mr. Raymond Grant before, and it's up to you to actually disclose this information. But I was saying to Dr. Ira Bernstein that the issue we have of people being separated into different camps, like the JLP versus the PNP, the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated, pro-vax versus anti-vax, That is a strategy to divide people, because you see, when people are divided, they are less powerful, which is why the UIC has the word united in its name, the United Independence Congress. We're trying to unite the people of Jamaica. So I said to him that, and he said back to me that, it's unfair that the government or people are labeling individuals who are hesitant to take a vaccine as anti-vax. Because yesterday, as a matter of fact, I brought my son to his pediatrician to get his measles shot. We were talking about stuff like this. Just because an individual is vaccine resistant, or sorry, COVID-19 vaccine resistant, does not make them anti-vax. It just means that this person has concerns about the vaccine. There are multiple UIC members who have taken the vaccine. There are multiple UIC members who have not taken the vaccine. Some are going to do it, some are not going to do it. But here's the thing, the UIC respects your right to choose. Your UIC respects your right to choice, whether or not you've taken the vaccine. Your body, your choice. My body, my choice. Mr. Grant, what do you think about that?
Yeah, before I deal that, which I think is a crucial point, I just want to correct some impression that you might have given. I am just a team leader for the crime committee. I'm working with a team of people from a variety of backgrounds, so it's a team effort.
Yes.
You raise a very, very important point there. There is a consensus is developing among the political class in the West, or the political elite in the West, to make, and it's going to come to Jamaica, to make the COVID vaccine compulsory. Already, you in New York, for example, you can't go. I think there are certain restrictions as to what activities you can participate in, and you have to show proof of vaccination. Just yesterday, Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada announced that he's instructed the clerk of the Privy Council to find a way to implement it, that no federal government worker will be able to work, to make it mandatory, compulsory for every single federal government worker to be COVID vaccinated. This will be extended to every single industry governed, that's federally governed, and these include transportation, the media, and some other things. So the provincial leaders will probably follow suit. So eventually you may be, I don't think the compulsory will actually mean a police officer will come to your door and drag you out to be vaccinated, but they are going to restrict the activities that the un-COVID vaccinated. And I want to correct the impression you're giving too, that people hesitant to the COVID vax are all anti-vax. Some are of all vaccines. A few are, but the vast majority are just hesitant about the COVID vax. And it's on the horizon now that you will not be able to travel, you will not be able to work, you will not be able to go into a restaurant. So while you may technically have the freedom to refuse the vaccine, what kind of life will that be? You will be pretty much not able to interface with the public at all. So that's on the horizon, and that seems to be coming down the pipe, unless there are a few political parties, very few, like in Canada. I can only speak for Canada and Jamaica, but in Canada, there is one party called a PPC, I think. It's it's a very small party, has no seats in the House, but they are one of the few political parties that have come out in Canada against mandatory vaccination. In Jamaica, of course, it's only the UIC. The JLP has already, through Mr. Tufton, already said that they are in favor of mandatory vaccines. Right now, it's not an issue so much in Jamaica because of the shortage of vaccines, but as soon as they reach the point that Canada reaches, where there is a percentage of the population that refuses the vaccine, they're going to probably make it mandatory in Jamaica as well. So I think it is something that the UIC can make as a trigger or a core issue, because I think a lot of people, myself included, who I believe people should have the choice over them. I believe they should have the choice to take the vaccine or not. The fact that we're going to enter the kind of state where only the vaccinated will be able to pretty much have any kind of life, because let's say they make it mandatory that you can't go to a grocery store, then you will have to pay to have your groceries delivered. So technically, the freedom may not be impinged, the constitutional freedom may not be impinged, but there are going to be a number of legal challenges to this. But yesterday, I heard a constitutional lawyer say that the way they are doing it, the Constitution is going, this is a Canadian constitutional lawyer, the way they're doing it is that it's going to be past constitutional muster, in that employers, if the government instructs employers, employers will have the right, the legal right to do that without breaching constitutional rights. So is a claim, we shall see. But that's my response to that, Devon.
Okay.
Is that adequate?
Yes, very much adequate. Thanks for that, Mr. Grant. So we now have live footage from the ground. So I'm going to ask, I think this might be Mr. Patterson here on the ground with us. If you could unmute your mic so we can see what's going on.
Hi, Devon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, welcome. We're live here on location at Hero Circle. I'll just do a flip of the phone so you can see some of the people who are on. Can you see?
Yes.
Yeah, everybody give a shout out, guys. Hey, give a shout out. Hey, guys, listen, stop the preaching now, man, and give a shout out. Wave to the camera. Yeah, respect. So as you can see, we're getting ready. We're getting ready to get ourselves on the go here. So on location, we have quite a number of persons, not our full contingent yet, but the numbers are building gradually. What more do you like to hear?
So when are you guys gonna start walking?
So we're heading over to the heroes burial ground now, where the heroes are buried.
Yeah.
We'll have a short ceremony, and then we're going to head out on the road. So that should take us another 15, 30 minutes.
Okay, we'd like to definitely be present for that ceremony, because lots of people have, I can say lots of people have actually never been to the grounds.
Okay, right? Good. So when we're walking over there, I'll make sure you see the walk on over to that side, and then you'll see the ceremony. All right, in Heroes Park.
So Mr. Wright was trying to reach me. Do you know what's going on his end?
I'm not sure. Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. So he's walking over to us right now. So we're live on streaming here.
So,
and,
so everybody tuning in. So you're looking at the president of the United Independence Congress, that's Joseph Patterson.
All right, so I'm here, my yellow cap. Respect everybody. Thank you for joining us online. And beside me, we have Mr. Winston Wright. Say something now, Winston.
Hi, everyone. Good to have you on with us. This is a monumentous occasion in more ways than one. It's the day when we educate Jamaica even further about the misnomer that we are independent. Stay tuned.
All right, everyone. So that was Mr. Wright. So I'm going to chip out for a second as we get ready to walk over to the burial sites. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Respect.
All right. Okay. So that was live footage from the ground. This is like a news conference here. We're CNN. We're live footage from the ground. It's Joseph L. Patterson and the UIC's team.
Better than CNN, because we're dealing with truth and freedom.
And freedom. Okay. The media, I don't even want to talk about them because they don't want to talk about us. So
yet.
Okay, so let's keep our circle tight. Let's invite more people to join the UIC. Let's invite more people to volunteer for the UIC. As I said earlier in the stream, we are on our way to 63 MP candidates. Okay, we are on our way to, our voice is the minority voice, but our voice is loud, and our voice will wake up.
Yes.
Think we have,
And we're for the people. You know,
Yes.
we're very patriotic and we're defending the rights of us as Jamaicans, and not just the people, you know, us as Jamaican people, but for the country overall. So even those who don't support freedom per se, you know, I was having a brief chat on text with a childhood friend of mine, and as intelligent as she is, I found it very disheartening that she didn't even want to come on to hear Dr. Ira Bernstein. She called it conspiracy quacks.
Wow.
So this is the type of mentality that's going on out there. They don't want to hear truth because they're so brainwashed that anybody that goes against the narrative that you're a quack or you're a conspiracy theorist.
Mhm.
You know, it's really, really sad. And this is a large majority of people this is their mindset. They don't want to listen to the facts and then make a good decision, an educated decision.
Mhm.
Their education is CNN and Dr. Fauci, you know, I mean, seriously.
Yeah, but the thing is, I actually played a video of Dr. Fauci in this live, actually repeating what our doctor said, what Dr. Bernstein said, that, you know, oral medication is actually the way out of this pandemic. Dr. Fauci said that, and I played the video right here on this stream. Lots of you probably weren't here when I played it, but you know what? For proof of concept that, you know, we're not lying, I'm going to play that video one more time. Okay. Oh, sorry, having some sound issues here. Let me fix that. Let me know if you can hear the sound.
It's very low, Devon.
Very low? Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah,
okay.
we can't hear it. We see him, but we can't hear it.
Can't hear him. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on this side. Okay.
Try playing it one more
We're
time.
looking at
When you increase the volume on the thing, it seems to go on the actual bottom of the screen. It goes up. We can hear a little bit.
Okay, it should work now.
we're looking at an orally administered, maybe 7 to 10 days, given to person who is early on in the course of their infection before you get to the cascade of events that lead to the aberrant activation inflammatory response that kills people. Because we know now from a lot of experience with the care of these individuals that if you can keep that virus from going to the upper airway, to going down into the lung and other organ systems, you can change what could be a devastating disease and make it an upper airway common cold type approach, which is really what we need to do.
Okay. Did you hear that? Okay. So he's repeating. I'm getting some serious feedback here. One sec. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so he's repeating what medical experts have been saying for months. He's been repeating what they've been saying from last year, March. And we keep asking the question, who is the government listening to? You know, who are they listening to? I made mention of the international health regulations. I see them doing something there. I'm not sure what's going on. Joseph, if you can hear me, I think they unmuted. I'm not hearing you guys. Can you turn the volume up?
Turn up the volume.
Okay. Ready for us. Let's for a moment. Okay. So the point of the matter, Camille, is that we have real experts, real people in tune to here at the UIC who have been providing us with accurate information. And the information that we have received will no doubt end this pandemic. I'm gonna bring, let's see, Marsha back, see if she has any more inputs. Marsha, you here with us still? Okay, I don't think Marsha is here with us. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can get audio on the ground. Because it doesn't seem like they were ready for us yet.
Okay.
Mr. Patterson, can you hear me?
Devon, yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, okay. Yes, I can hear. Are you guys walking down to the grounds?
They're getting ready to go.
Okay, great, great, great. So let me pull this up on full screen. I want to see some of these signs. Can you show us some signs?
Okay, get around them. Go in front of them, over there.
Love the flag that's there, Devon.
Let's see some of those signs. See what's going on.
Sign.
Lockdown criminals, not good people. United Independence Congress. Respect my right to choose. No force, no fraud. So they're walking right now to the grounds where our heroes are. We're gonna be doing a ceremony. We have somebody taking some goods there. What's that? Give options, not back. Give me liberty, not I didn't see that one.
It says, give me liberty, not dictatorship.
Not dictatorship. Okay.
Love it, love it.
Tuning in. What we're looking at is live footage of the UIC. We have Jamaicans here from all over the country. People have traveled from Westland. People have traveled from Montego Bay, and they're here right now walking for liberty on at Hero Circle. They're heading to the grounds where our national heroes are, and they are going to pay respect to our national heroes. Looks like we lost part of the stream here. Hey, Marsha, are you back? Okay, looks like we're having trouble with the stream. We're gonna have to find out what this is, if this is Digicel or if this is Lime, or I should say Flow. I'm still stuck on Lime. Okay. There we go. So whoever's on the camera, if you can hear me, when you get to the grounds after you pay your respects, we can bring some of our walkers on, and we can talk a little bit more about why exactly we are walking for our liberty here. I'm gonna put you off screen for a while until you guys get to the location.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
Don't turn the camera off. Don't turn the camera off.
Okay.
Still be watching. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
Okay. Marsha, you're back.
Yes, 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 yes. I've been listening. Been listening, and this is also awesome. I've left Jamaica now. Oh my goodness. I think it's about 30 years or more I left Jamaica. But Jamaica is still in my heart, so it's good to see what's happening here. And what the UIC is doing in Jamaica and the plans. I was listening to some of the plans that you guys have for Jamaica, and that you are I don't know if there are other parties that are really speaking out against the possibility of mandatory injections. So I must commend you guys for what you're doing today, Independence Day. In Jamaica, to talk to us about what is true independence, what is true freedom, what is true liberty. And I also just wanted to confirm something you said, about the ivermectin. You use the words, I'm going to use it on the program. And where there's a doctor, his name is Dr. Bethel in the Bahamas, and he too is using ivermectin, and he has also said he has never lost a patient, and the way he gives it, I mean, he treats entire families. So if there's one person who comes to him who has tested positive for the virus, he treats that person, but then he also gives ivermectin to the entire family as a preventative measure, as a as a preventative measure. So it is being said, this is what the doctors are saying, not what just Devon is saying and I am saying and other people are saying, is what the doctors are saying, that it's good, yes, in the early stages of the infection, and also as prophylactic purposes as well. So we want to just continue to push the ivermectin, and ask Jamaicans are watching, go to your doctor and ask them about it. Ask them about it, because I think that it is. I personally believe that this is one of the main things that we need to be doing right now. Read this pandemic, this will help us to get back to normalcy. If our government will just begin to really govern as sovereign nations, and not be, depending on the WHO or whoever else to be telling us here, and political officials, remember who put you there. Remember that the people, you came around and you begged for the votes and you got the votes, and the people put you in power. You are there as a servant to serve the people. And you have to ask yourself right now, am I serving the people? Right throughout the Caribbean, in Jamaica, wherever. Am I truly serving the people who put me there? Am I listening? Or am I, why am I so, I have to do everything that they say. What about my people, my country, the experts within my country? And so I just wanted to just to agree with you there, and to say that Dr. Beulah, that is what he is found in the Bahamas, that he has not lost a patient, and he treats them, at the beginning stages, and then his patients use it as a preventative treatment as well.
And now we're hearing that the Jamaica Employers Federation is moving towards mandatory vaccination. So we're going to have more employers in Jamaica mandating vaccines. One of the things that the UIC speaks about very, very often is economic freedom. We need economic freedom in Jamaica, because once people are economically free, then they can just say no. they can say no and they can leave their jobs and they can find another. But in the society that we have, that's not a choice, not an option, because to leave your job, you won't get another one because our economy isn't that diverse, you know. For example, myself, I went to school, going to the Caribbean Maritime Institute. I have an industrial engineering degree from the Caribbean Maritime Institute, and I've never worked as an engineer in Jamaica. How can I? There are no jobs for me in Jamaica in this field, right? And it's like that for lots of other people. You go to school, you get your degree, and you end up doing something that's completely different from your degree. It's completely different from what you studied. So there's no way anyone, not even the UIC, you can't look at people and say, quit your job, don't take the vaccine, because we can't, like, that's an uncaring stance, because we do understand the position that people are in, but at the same breath, we're not going to say keep your job and take the vaccine. We're not going to do that, because it's your right. It's your right to choose. If you want to take the vaccine, go ahead and do so. It's just that what we have a problem with is the coercion in our society, right? You know that people depend on you to pay them. Yeah, you know that people depend on their jobs to feed their families, and you're going to look at them and mandate them to get something that they don't want, something they believe is not positively impactful on their lives. It's a really sad occurrence. One of our UIC members said to us that, you know, she works in New York. He works in New York as I think as a nurse or a nurse practitioner. I can't recall right now. So he works in New York as a nurse, and he said he had to take the vaccine, otherwise he would lose his job. So in the US, people aren't economically free as well, right? And that's what the UIC is trying to create in Jamaica. We're trying to create an economically free society in Jamaica, so that more Jamaicans can produce, so that more Jamaicans can actually be employed. And it looks like our walkers are. It feels strange calling them walkers, because if you watch The Walking Dead, but yeah, but it looks like our walkers are approaching the location. Let's see if we can get some audio. Let's get some audio, see what's going on. Okay, do we have audio? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Devon. This is Joseph Patterson speaking. I'm just here getting a nice shot of some of our walkers. As you can see, one of the signs saying "My life, my body, my choice," indicating that we would like to have sovereignty over our bodies. Two gentlemen here holding our banner of the United Independence Congress proudly. Another sign here speaks to lockdown is for criminals, not for good people.
All right.
And we have no force over here. Give options. Yes.
Who are we?
United. United. This sign is not.
Who are we?
Not there. No, yes. Thank you.
United against what? United against what? Injustice. We're united against what? Any oppression, injustice, any abuse, any misuse of power or force. Isn't that what we're against? Yes. Who are we? United. What are we? United against oppression, injustice, force, fraud, bad governance, all of those things. We're united. We say it's our choice what we do with our bodies. Correct? Yes. We say it's our choice what we put in our bodies. Correct? Yes. Can you be forced? No, we should not be forced. Can you be coerced? to violate? Can you be bought? No. Will you allow your brother to be bought? No. Will you allow your brother to be forced? No. Will you allow your people to be bought? No. Will you allow your people to be forced? No. So, if we are united, we're united for all. Right. We're united for our right. We're united for our right. We're united for our country. We're united for country. Unite us. Who are we? United. United. Unite us. Who are we? United. Unite us. Who are we? United.
Can we hear from?
My choice.
Yes, can you say that again, please, Devon?
Choose liberty.
Can we hear from Mr. Wright?
Sure.
Let's hear from Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright. What's his name? Would like to hear from you. Devon would like to hear from you now. So.
Hi, Devon. Morning again.
Hey, so what's going on now? Talk to us.
Right now, we are few but vocal. Right now, we are few but strong. Right now, we're just here talking what is in our heart and what is in our mind. That is our fellow Jamaicans, whether they be uniformed in service of the government or they be civilian, whether they be rich, whether they be poor, know that the UIC does not discriminate. UIC is a pro-choice organization. And from the beginning of all that has been happening, and even before then, from the birth of the UIC, we have always advocated for one Jamaica, a Jamaica united, where the old colonial bonds that divide us into political and social classes no longer exist, where we are free to choose and we are not oppressed by outside forces, where the words of our motto and our anthem actually means something, where the oath our public leaders swore actually meant something other than the paper that is printed on, where our security forces are actually servants of the people, where you won't be in their custody for keep and care and end up being abused, where your tax dollars don't get wasted and stolen, where politics is not a family business. We are here letting Jamaicans know that even though the UIC is small, we're vocal. Even though the UIC is small, we're strong on rights, we're strong on liberty. And as long as the UIC exists in Jamaica, the tree of liberty will not die on our watch.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Wonderful.
Yes, Mr. Thompson, back to you, sir.
Who are we?
Yes. What are we doing now? Are we gonna be walking around? Walking around the park?
Yeah.
Who are we?
All right.
I know we're small, but our voice is strong. This finger is useless, but this hand is powerful. We are all fingers of the hand of Jamaica. You choose who goes where and does what. It's not the other way around. You choose who does what and to whom, and not the other way around. As a uniter, you do not support force or fraud in any way, shape, or form. And you're here today to support us in saying no to force. No to injustice. No to force. No to force.
No way.
No. Our justice system exists to serve us, not to serve the politically connected and the rich. Not to skewer those who work in service of our country. Not to malign those who pass in service of our country. The justice system should be equitable and accessible to all, because an equitable and accessible justice system means each man has his liberty. So we are here for liberty. 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 There you go.
Yes. All right.
Because Jamaica is going, well, Jamaica has gone down the slippery path. We have been sold back to our colonial masters. We are no longer shackled physically.
Give us Garvey. I think not the Queen. There you go. My friends, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. And I want to thank you for taking the time to stand up for the people of Jamaica. We have 2.9 million people in Jamaica, but today we have a few of you out here because you understand what is at risk. What is at risk is our life. What is at risk is our liberty. What is at risk? What is at risk is our property, the very Jamaica that we love. Unfortunately, our leaders have chosen to sell Jamaica for the highest bidder. Our leaders have chosen to make decisions which are contrary to our best interests. Our leaders have chosen to say it doesn't matter what their foreign masters prescribe, they're going to do it as long as it works out for them, even if it doesn't work out for us. So we're here today as a small sample of Jamaica to say enough is enough. Say it with me. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. We have long suffered under what they call lockdown, even though it might not have been necessary. I am not a scientist. Most of you are not scientists. But what we do know is that lockdown kills. It causes depression. It causes oppression. It costs our jobs. It costs our children to be out of school for long periods. More than 300 young children have gotten pregnant during this lockdown process. More and more murders have been committed during this lockdown process. Why are they not locking down criminals, but locking down good people instead? If they're so good at locking down, let's lock down crime. Let's lock down the dollar. The dollar is slipping and prices are rising. But at the same time, they're locking down me and you, but they cannot lock down crime and they cannot lock down the dollar. Here's the problem. It is much easier to oppress innocent people than to stop criminals. It is much easier to lock down the economy than to build the economy. It is much easier for them to oppress you and me than for them to lift us up. Well, I want to say to all Jamaicans, it's time for us to lift up ourselves. And the way we lift up ourselves, here's how we lift up ourselves. By first of all, voting to liberate ourselves. And today, a small number of you have voted for liberation. And we're going to send a strong and solid message to our oppressors that are in Gordon House to say, as of today, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. We want our freedom. We want our liberty. We want our rights. And guess what? Guess what? Guess what? It is my life. My choice. It is my life. My life. It is my body. My body. And it's my choice. My choice. Nobody has the right to put anything into your body against your will. Nobody has the right to threaten your job if you don't take their job. Nobody has the right to say they're going to juke you against your will. Nobody has dominion over your body. So let's say it again. My life, my body, my choice. So let's say this to the Prime Minister. Let's say this to the opposition leader. Let's say this to the foreign masters. My life, my body, my choice. Guess what now? We need to respect my rights. See it over there? Respect my rights. Respect my rights. Don't force me. We don't want nobody to force nothing on us. Here's what you must enforce. Enforce a safe environment. Enforce a clean environment. Enforce a safe environment. But don't force no vaccine on me. Let me choose what I am going to take, when I am going to take it, if I want to take it. And let's be clear, we're not opposed to vaccination. If somebody wants to take a medication, that's their choice. We're not here to say we're anti-vaxxers, we're just pro-choicers. What are we? Pro-choicers. What are we? Pro-choicers. So we're not here to say it is bad if you take the vaccine. We're not here to say it is good if you take the vaccine. We're saying it's bad if you force the vaccine on people. That's right. And it's bad if you push people and corner people and block people and push people to have to take something that's against their will. That's right. If you have to force people to take something, it is not good. That's right. If I am sick and I need medicine If I am sick and I need medicine, and you have to force me, trick me, or defraud me to take the medicine, then I don't trust that medicine. And that is why people are afraid to take it. We don't know if it's good or bad, but you don't give us the opportunity to hear from all sides. We want to hear from the good scientists who disagree and the good scientists who agree. We want to hear from the person who says, I have a doubt, and the person who says, I have no doubt. We want to hear from the left, we want to hear from the right. We want to hear from the Democrats, we want to hear from the Republicans. We want to hear from the GLP, we want to hear from the PNP, and most importantly, we want to hear from the UIC. Because the UIC is about liberty. What is it about?
Liberty.
About
Liberty.
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 Guess what? We're here at Heroes Circle today.
Yes.
We're here because 5 of our national heroes fled and died for this liberty that they now want to take from us. Stop, take liberty with us.
That's right.
Give us our liberty instead.
Yeah.
We want
Liberty.
We want
Liberty.
We want
Liberty.
All right. And so here today we have the great General Nani. Nani was a woman in a man's world. Nani was a general fighting against well-prepared armies, but she win. And today, even though we're small, even though a lot of people don't know about the UIC today, this small little nucleus is going to take this country from slavery to liberty. Okay? From slavery to liberty. Because we know that the constitution that we have is not a Jamaican constitution. It is a colonial constitution. And so we want our own constitution. We want a constitution written for Jamaicans, by Jamaicans. Okay?
That's right.
And then guess what? We remember the words of Sam Sharp. I would rather die on yonder gallows than live in slavery. We're not going to live in the slavery. So let the 63 parliamentarians and the 228 councillors and the 21 senators know that Jamaica is tired of slavery.
Yes, sir.
We want freedom now.
We want freedom.
We want freedom now. Say it. We want freedom now.
Freedom.
We want freedom now.
Freedom.
And so let us not fragment. Let us join together. Look at it. What do you see here, son? Look. What do you see on this side? Let us join together. Let us join hands together. Let us join hearts together. Let us join resources together. And let's take back our country. Because what? Give me liberty, not dictatorship. Say it with me. Give me liberty, not dictatorship. Give me liberty, not dictatorship. Because we want to be free to choose, my brother. Hold it up, my brother. We want to be free to choose. We want to be free to choose. Okay? We want to choose for ourselves. And so that is the message today. So hear what? Let's sing. We shall overcome. Not someday, but today. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome today. All right. You know the song, right?
Wonderful. This is great. That was an amazing speech by Mr. Patterson. We lost the audio just now. I'm not sure if he's still speaking. Let's try to get the audio back. Okay. So
we want options. Tell us an option, Brother Robert. One option we have.
We have ivermectin.
Here's ivermectin. Tell me another option. Build up your immune system. Tell me another option. Herbs. Why we don't have a Jamaican solution? Why we have to, everything must be foreign? Why we can't think? We don't have scientists here. We don't have medical experts here. Why we can't produce ourselves? Everything we're just begging and taking and begging and taking. It's time for Jamaica to start producing and making. Right? Stop begging and start producing. Let's open up our country to our scientists, to our engineers. Let's give them the opportunity to create and stop cutting them out by putting foreigners ahead of us. Why we can't build our own roads? Why we can't build our own schools? Why we can't build our own cars? Because the system is stopping us. And it's time for us to produce for ourselves. Over to you, Devon.
Corruption.
Corruption.
Yeah.
Corruption is the #1 problem in Jamaica. Yes. Corruption is the #1 problem in Jamaica. And that is why right now we lose $750 million US every year to corruption. And we have trusted two parties for 77 years. And I'm saying to you, it's time for us to bring that to an end.
That's right.
It's time for us to open Jamaica to a new form of thinking.
Yes, sir.
And that thinking must begin with liberation. Because if we don't focus on liberating our people, we can't prosper our people.
That's
and if we
right.
don't prosper our people, we can't be a country that is not always begging
That's right.
and always taking whatever foreigners tell us. We will not be a country any longer under colonial rule. The time has come for us to end it. Enough is it?
No.
Enough is it?
No.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Enough is
We're
enough.
tired of it. We're tired of it.
We're tired of it.
We're tired of it.
Yes.
So enough is enough. Mr. Wright.
They have no right to
Mr. Wright.
choose us.
Take yourself over here, sir. Come join us on here if you want to talk. Let's not disintegrate.
United.
United.
Who are we? United. United. Who are we? United. United. What are we united against? Is it fraud? We are against fraud and fraud. Is it fraud? Yes. Is it injustice? Yes. Is it against public waste? Yes.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, are you still there?
Yes.
Hello.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, sir. Does your viewers have any questions for us?
I see no questions right now, but that was a very, very, very brilliant speech. That was very inspiring. We do have comments in the section, but there are no questions. We have people saying, small in numbers, big at heart. Yes, that sharp message was powerful. United for our rights and our country. United against oppressors. Yes, we have people saying that, our ancestors built our roads. Why not now? It's time for a change, my brother. Somebody says we beg you too much. Jamaicans are very creative and are brilliant at building. So we have Jamaicans online supporting your message, supporting Winston's message. And that message was a beautiful message.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you very much. We're very committed out here. And as you said, we're small in numbers, but we're big in heart and we're big in purpose.
Definitely, definitely. I saw, was that 2 soldiers I saw walk out of the hero circle?
Yes, there were 2 soldiers that passed earlier. There are a few of them down the bottom here. If you look, can you see them behind me? Down by the gate.
Yeah.
Yes, so they're just guarding the monument and stuff. So yeah, so it's a lovely monument here. I'll turn around so you can see a little bit more of it behind me. Can you see it there?
Yes, I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
I see it.
Right. So yeah, a lovely place.
Yeah, that's where our national heroes are. If anybody is tuning in from another country, you don't know what about Jamaica, that's where our national heroes are. And UIC is on site right there at National Hero Circle to invoke the ancestral powers of our national heroes. No force, no fraud. Give us our choice. My choice, my body, my choice. That's the message. Yes, somebody says in the comment section, the fact that we are standing for truth. It's a good day to remind us that we are not free, and that is right. We are not free from the sovereign entity known as the crown, known as the Queen of England. There's no freedom there. Or the Independence Act only freed us from the British government, but it did not free us from the Queen. We need to become our own sovereign person, because your life, your liberty, and your property is a natural born right. These rights were not given to us by any government, by any monarchy, or by any authority. These rights are natural born.
Give us. We want a leader like Marcus Garvey, who believes that Jamaica, as small as it is, can be an economic powerhouse. That if every Jamaican bring their $1 to the table and spend their $1 in a Jamaica that produces and consumes what it produces, will become a great place. Our athletes have been doing it, but they have been doing it unsupported because we have been robbed of all these precious treasures. What they have earned have been exported and expropriated. And the UIC, with a leader like Garvey that believes that Jamaica can be great, will change the system. We will make Jamaica a what? A non-partisan republic.
Yes.
A non-partisan republic where you as an individual will have rights that are uncomfortable with anyone. So we will give you your liberty. UIC will give you
Liberty.
the UIC will give you
Liberty.
the UIC will give you what?
Liberty.
Because we believe in true freedom. Don't we? We believe in freedom.
Yes.
We live for your freedom. We live for your freedom. We live for your choice. So the UIC will give you
Liberty.
the UIC will give you.
Liberty.
We want a leader that will take us to the place that Garvey wanted to take us. So we have Mr. Joseph Patterson.
One Jamaica.
And he will make it.
One Jamaica. One
We don't
Jamaica.
advocate any division,
No division.
any social stratification,
The-
any class culture.
The time for unity is now. The time,
One
no division between vaxxers and anti-vaxxers.
love,
No division between green and orange.
one love,
No division between black or white.
one love,
No division between rich or poor.
one love.
One Jamaica. Say it with me. One Jamaica. One Jamaica. One Jamaica. One Jamaica. One love. 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 One Jamaica.
One love,
One Jamaica. One Jamaica. So when you say the person put up their one finger in the air, it means one love, it means one Jamaica. The UIC picked that symbol for a reason. Notice the handshake. Watch the handshake. See that? It means we cooperate without force. Nobody's forcing you to cooperate. That's why we have the handshake. We're coming together. We're stronger together. And we have one finger that we point in the air and we said it's one Jamaica because we're tired of the division. Tell you what, our colonial masters, they know that by dividing us into two tribes, they would help to kill Jamaica. By dividing us into tribes, they conquer us. And they're trying it again with the vaccine. They're trying it again to divide us into vaxxers versus anti-vaxxers. We tell them, no way. We love those who take the vaccine and we love those who don't take the vaccine. We love those who are on the green side and those who are on the orange side. We love those who are on no side. And we invite everybody to become united and join one side, the Jamaica side. One side. We want one Jamaica for all Jamaicans.
one side.
We join forces with our soldiers. Give the soldiers a hand for me. See them there. Give them a hand. We join forces with our military because they are protecting Jamaica. We join force with our police officers because our police are protecting Jamaica. We join force with our teachers because we want them to teach our children. We join force with our nurses because we want them to care for us, and our doctors. And guess what? Even the ANCAT man is important. Every Jamaican, we don't put down no Jamaican once you are a positive Jamaican who's making a positive difference for a positive country. Amen. One Jamaica.
One Jamaica.
One Jamaica. One love,
One
Jamaica.
One Jamaica.
One Jamaica. One
One Jamaica.
Jamaica.
One Jamaica.
One Jamaica.
One Jamaica.
No division.
No division.
No division. No division.
No division.
One Jamaica. One Jamaica. All right.
And now, there's a lot of people that will tell you about all the things that are wrong in Jamaica, and they are absolutely right. There's a lot of things wrong in Jamaica. A lot of things wrong in our little island. Whole heap of things wrong in yard. And we're going to fix them. Now, how can we fix all these mountains of falling that you see? And you say, well, I want to party can fix it? It's simple. Give the individual his rights. Give the individual his freedom. Give every man, woman, and child his or her liberty and support them in the execution of. And they will rise just like our athletes do, just like our footballers do. We'll be united like any other first world country. We will be first world because we are rich in people, in spirit, in resources. We are one Jamaica.
One Jamaica.
We are one
One Jamaica. Now we want a few persons who might want to say a word or two. Anybody want to say a word? Don't be shy.
Yeah, I'd like to.
All right, so come on, Mr. Robert Carr.
It's not the numbers that you see today. If we were not here, it would be zero. 20
Yes.
over zero is millions and millions. It's in infinity better than zero.
Yes.
Right? And it's not the size of the group, but the power of the ideas of the UIC that will liberate us.
Very well, thank you very much. So one Jamaica. And if it's only one of us standing up for unity and standing up for justice, it's good enough. If it's two of us, it's great. And if it's 2 million of us, it's even better.
It's a guarantee.
All right, good. Anybody else want to say a word? Anybody? Doesn't matter. Yes, man.
Yes, man. Yes, man. Just want to say, anybody watching this, please, may I beg you, reject the use of fear to control you. Please, may I beg you, reject the use of fear. Big numbers in red letters were saying thousands of people with sick and infected cases. Reject it. Use your experience. Look into your life. Look people in your life. Look around you. That's how you decide what to do with your life, not by numbers blast in your face trying to scare you.
Yes.
Reject fear.
Reject fear.
Reject it.
No force.
Your independence, your
no
freedom
fear.
is essential to your life. Yeah.
So no fear, no force. Anybody else want to say a word?
I want to say a word.
Yes, Miss Paulette.
I just want to say that Jamaica has come a very far way, and the heroes have fought hard for our liberty, and we cannot afford to take this liberty for granted. It was fought and people died. Now we, the generation of those people, we, their children, are here to stand up under the canopy of heaven to declare that we will not bow and we will not relent, but we will push forward. Every single one of us will take somebody along with us, because we believe that Jamaica has a right to live in prosperity. Our athletes demonstrate the power that we have as a people.
Yes.
We know that as a people, we are mighty,
Yes.
and we're able to pull down the strongholds that want to hold us back.
Yes, we
And
can.
we have decided in our hearts that we will not stop until Jamaica is truly free.
Yes.
Because indeed, we have great leaders. We have Marcus Messiah Garvey. We have Nani. We have Paul Bogle. We have many, many persons who have demonstrated to us that we are a powerful people. Bob Marley demonstrated that we're a powerful people. Bob Marley has demonstrated that Jamaica is above the cut of the rest. We give people slogans, we give them songs, we give them styles, we give them fashion. And we are saying that Jamaica deserves the potential of our people to stand up and to be shown to the world. We
Yes.
will lead this world.
Yes, we can.
We will lead this world
Yes, we
as we
will.
have done in the past.
Yes, we
We
will.
are going to be that light that is stand on a hill and it cannot be hid. We will be that force. We will be the light to the Caribbean. We're going to be that light to Africa.
Yes.
We are going to bring our people together to know that as melanated people and as people of the Most High, whether you're black or you're white or you're Chinese, that we are coming together with love to declare that Jamaica is that people who can do that for Jamaica.
Yes, we can. One Jamaica. Yes.
I like the crime to stop in Jamaica.
Yes.
Too much people are dead by the gun,
Yes.
and the government not doing anything.
Yes. So let's lock down crime, eh? Lock down the crime.
And just lock down the crime.
Yes, man.
I just two set a party who want them come together,
Uh-huh.
and we not to take no vaccine.
Yes. No vaccine.
Yeah.
All right.
And my
Yes.
body is strong.
No mandatory vaccine.
No mandatory the vaccine.
No mandatory. Yes. Free to choose. Free to choose. Free to choose.
Freedom.
All right. Anybody else? Free to choose. All right. So now can we march, Mr. Wright? We march, Mr. Wright?
All right, so we do this orderly. Banner to the front.
Banner to the front.
Banner to the front.
Banner to the front. All right. And 2 lines, please. 2 lines, 6 feet apart. Hold on, Robert. Robert, come back. So two lines, 6 feet apart.
Sharing a song while they leave.
Okay.
Freedom.
How do you do it?
Then when he's lining them up.
Okay.
So we're gonna.
Freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh,
March out.
freedom over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Freedom.
Oh,
That's
freedom.
what the UIC is walking for. Yeah. So at this we have two of the UIC vice presidents. We have Mr. Winston right there from Westmoreland, and we have Miss Paulette Williams, Miss Paulette Williams Mackenzie there from Kingston, and we have Mr. Joseph Patterson there from St. Elizabeth, and they will be representatives in these communities. I think we lost them again. I think they're a little frozen, but they're commencing their walk right now. Their walk for liberty, and as you can see, they're doing it safely. They are social distancing according to the DRMA, and of course, the social distancing here is due to the current draconian laws and restrictions by the government of Jamaica. Because if any of you have ever been, I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Yes. So are they muted? I think they muted themselves. They wanted to hear what was going on there. So we love that speech from Mr. Patterson and Mr. Wright and Ms. Paulette there. It was very inspiring. It's really showing us exactly what it is that we need to do as a people. And as a people, we have to stand up. We have to get off social media. And I'm going to be truthful about this. We have to get off social media and we have to go into the streets. I know that during this whole entire pandemic, most of us were forced online, and now we're living this sort of a virtual life. And I'm going to tell you now, this virtual life that we're living is a boon. It's beneficial to those who seek to divide a population, because if you cannot unite, if you cannot assemble, then you cannot oppose oppression. You cannot fight oppression. You cannot fight authoritarianism. You cannot fight for your liberty. You cannot fight for your freedom. And that is what the UIC is doing right there, right now at Hero Circle, walking around that park right now. Let's see if we could get them to have their volume on so that we can hear what's going on. You can hear us. Turn your volume on so we can hear. Okay. And if you're just joining us, if you weren't here with us earlier, we had lengthy discussions. We've been live now for quite a while. We've been live now for quite a while. We invited a medical doctor, Dr. Ira Bernstein, to the show.
Jamaica!
Dropped.
Jamaica!
Nice. Yeah. So he dropped a lot of gems on us. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking clips from those videos for those who weren't able to watch. And we're going to be posting those clips all over social media. We're going to be sending them. Make sure you share.
Yeah, for the gate of your publishing.
Freedom! Freedom!
And this will not be the only. And there we have some support. We have some folks honking their arms. so we see some random support there, and that's good. So this will not be the only march, the only walk for liberty. We are going to be walking for liberty across the island. We're going to be moving from city to city to city to city, from parish to parish to parish to parish. And as we walk for liberty, our numbers will increase, and we'll have Jamaicans from the diaspora booking to walk for liberty, because we need to get back Jamaica. Okay? The rest of the world right now, you know, they're going through things that Jamaica is not experiencing right now. The reason why Jamaica is not experiencing it right now is because of the low amount of vaccine.
Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people!
Power to the people.
The moment that a large amount of vaccine is going to find start to change.
Power to the people. Power to the people. We are free. We are free. We are free. Power to the people. We are free.
We are free! Power to the people! Power to the people!
Yes, my brother.
We are free! We are free! We are free! Power to the people! We are free! Power to the people! We are free! We are free!
Wonderful. And we see some people there on the sidelines. So
Power to the people! Power to the people!
our group is small. But
Power to the people. Power to the people. We are free. We are free. One united Jamaica. One united Jamaica. We are free. Power to the people. We are free. Oh, just come out back to the other one over there. Yeah. People. We are free. Power to the people. We are free. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you doing today? Would you like to share your thoughts on the lockdown measures? Are you happy with the way things are today? You don't have no problem? What about you, sir? What about you? How are things? Huh? Things don't right. Yeah, you don't want them to force it, eh? Well, that's what we're campaigning about. Exactly, exactly. So that loud and clear. So you believe the vaccine should not be mandated?
Right.
It should be you make a choice for yourself.
Right.
Absolutely. Well, I agree with you. And that's why we're campaigning out here today. We want to say to the government, do not force this thing on the people. You understand?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah? If me want to take it? No, I don't plan to take it. No, I don't plan to take it.
I don't see no sense.
No. The thing is, I don't trust them. The way they behave, it doesn't make me want to trust them. You understand? Yeah.
I don't
Yeah. And so, yeah. No, I don't. Yes. Yes.
You think I do not run?
No, I don't.
Not take it, you know.
Yeah.
From coming, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I country there, you know. No forces him from what here.
Yeah.
Me I from the people and come want them come to know vaccine.
Exactly. You don't want them to force you to take it.
No.
No.
I
Yeah.
came home to get 10,000.
You know, they want to give you 10,000 to take it.
No people. I get it. Like take it.
Yeah.
You are no people.
And I think them say too, like them must say if you take it too, you can still catch COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you don't take it, you can't catch. So why force?
So what's the point? Exactly. Yeah.
Let me tell you something, man. 5 hours. You know, some sister have COVID. Right now, the sister take the vaccine and she have back COVID.
And you still have COVID as well.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Two sisters, I tell you about it.
with the American,
Yeah.
call me and say, let me get you something, And when them come back again, them and them say, them see that. See how we rot this, my God. They want to say, want to get better. Want to see that it. Eh? Something wrong, man.
No, yeah, man. People speak, and that's why I don't know if you know about us, but we're the United Independence Congress, UIC.
Yeah.
We're the third party in Jamaica, so officially registered. Yeah, exactly. And so we're fighting against this mandatory thing because we think people must have a choice in what they do with them body. Are you a body, you know?
That means
Are you nobody shouldn't force anything on you. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's what some people say, you know. Make we dead normally, yeah. Let me dead normally. No force anything on me.
Who want take it and say it a save them? That's a for them business. But for me, no one take it. Me no want to go
Exactly.
back to
place. Going our place. See?
Yeah.
Everybody have the thing, you know. Everybody have the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, at the place, you know.
And you don't get it.
The budget supply. Yeah, the boss. Everybody, and them are doing the papers.
Yes.
And me I tell them, me not catch it. When we come back, budget lockdown for bus, about a week.
All right, I'm going to leave you now here, but thank you for that. Appreciate your input. All right, all the best. Remember the UIC, all right? UIC, all right, respect.
Yes, the more the UIC interacts with people, you know, it's as I said before, the moment a majority of Jamaicans become aware of the UIC and become aware of the UIC's the UIC's platform, the UIC's manifesto, I guarantee you that the UIC will begin to pole above the PNP and pole above the JLP, because the UIC message is a common sense message. It is common sense that this body that you're looking at right now, this skin, my eyes, you know, it is mine. It is mine, and it is nobody else to do with as they please. At what point, when did we get to a point in society where others can mandate what I do with my body? When did we get to that point? Before all of this that's going on, before this pandemic, people were marching in the streets saying my body, my choice for different issues of society. But all of a sudden, strangely, it's no longer my body, my choice. What happened? What changed? And we have a few more that were here earlier, jumping back into the chat. Camille, sounds like you have something to say.
You know, I think you said something that is so important. You said this is a common sense thing. But I heard us saying one time that common sense is not really common. So I'm going to have to coin it to say we don't really have common sense. Us here in the UIC and others, we have uncommon sense. It's uncommon because it's not common anymore, because the common thing now is people are listening to CNN and all these other news media that have an agenda, a hidden agenda. Actually, it's not even hidden. And they're, providing different information that people are taking as gospel. It's kind of like someone who's sitting in the church and listening to the pastor but don't read the Bible themselves, right? How are you going to know what's really there? You have to do your own independent research and draw your own conclusions. For me personally, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. My children have their vaccines, I have vaccines, but these are tested and proven vaccines over time. Number one. Number two, the mere fact that somebody is going to this much of a length to force anyone, or the whole dynamic to me is fishy. Just in my brain alone, without any research, without anything, why this agenda is so, there's no other option than the vaccine is what they're saying. And for me, that's a huge red flag. Just my brain, how it works. Like, okay, so what's wrong with this? Why are you trying to force me to take something and not going to give me a well-balanced information, regarding the vaccine, how it works, what's in it, etc., so that I can do my own research and make my own decision.
Yeah, it's strange because in some countries, I don't remember what Caribbean island it was, they were giving away land to people who took the vaccine. In countries like Canada, they were giving away ice cream at one point. In some states in the US, they were giving away guns. In Jamaica, a few weeks back, they were running a lottery for people who took the vaccine, and they did that in other countries as well. When I'm growing up, my mother always told me not to take candy from a stranger. So it's kind of strange that people think it's a good idea to be bribed to take something. It just doesn't sit well. Again, the UIC is not saying that you shouldn't take it, and UIC isn't saying you should take it. The UIC is saying that it is your choice to do so because it is your body, right?
Evan.
Yes, Mr. Patterson.
I don't know if you heard the two persons I was speaking with earlier.
Yeah, we did.
And the gentleman said, even though they offer him $10,000 to take the vaccine, he's not going to take it because he doesn't trust them. He's saying, in his opinion, they're trying to kill off people. And the only reason why he's saying that is because the government hasn't given him reason to have confidence in them that it's objective. And the lady beside him made it clear. She said, they shouldn't be forcing people to take this vaccine. And the fact that they're trying to force people make her don't want to take it. That's exactly what I hear Camille saying a while ago, that the length at which they're going to force people, even to defraud people. You've heard different arguments advanced for this, and then it's changed. First you hear you take the vaccine, you'll be able to take off your mask and so on. Now you hear a different story. So people don't have much confidence in this whole process, and all the more reason why we need to make sure that it's a choice and not a mandate. Huh?
That's correct. So where are you guys right now?
So right now we are back at our starting point, and so people are getting some water right now. It's been a good March and a quiet holiday here in Jamaica. You don't see a lot of people on the street because it's actually a public holiday at the moment, and so it's more of a quiet engagement than anything else. Some persons are learning about the UIC as well for the first time, so that's just an opportunity for us to connect with people.
So
I'm looking forward. Yeah.
What you're doing now is good because our non-medical Dr. Christopher Tufton recently said that people who are obese or people who have diabetes are at a higher risk of COVID-19. So it's great that you brought some people out to walk.
Absolutely.
Last time people exercise like this. This is an exercise, walking around here a circle, right?
Absolutely.
You're building up your
I'm sure I lost 5 pounds a while ago.
I can hear it in your breath.
Yeah, I had to run to catch up with the group because I stopped and was talking with those persons. But without any prompting, I was so amazed at the person's response. They're like very quick. No, we don't want anybody forcing us. These are not highly educated people. These are struggling Jamaicans, hustling Jamaicans, and they can see right through the whole thing and say, no, sir, this doesn't sound right. The elderly gentleman said he has 2 sisters, both of which have COVID, and they both have the vaccine. And so he's very concerned about that. He said he has been hiding because they've been trying to, I guess, government persons have been trying to kind of get a hold of him because he's over 65 or over 60. And he said he has been hiding because he doesn't want to take it. And he says even though they offer him 10,000, he's still not taking it.
Yeah.
So there's still some people who cannot be bought. So I'm happy to hear that. They can't buy all the way.
Yeah. So you see that this gentleman is a sane individual. He's making a decision for himself about what he wants to do and what he doesn't want to do. Right? So it looks like him take the money and run.
No, well, he didn't even take the money. He didn't. He just said he hide. He doesn't even want their 10,000.
Yeah.
He's just prepared to not take it and he doesn't want anybody to force him.
You see, what people don't understand, you know, the Jamaican people are not children. We're adults, you know, we're able to make our own decision. We can make choices for ourselves. We don't need government to be behind us with a whip, cracking a whip on our backs, to telling us to do.
Exactly.
And it's the same way they manage the country. And that is why the country, the economy is stagnant. They have a whip over our economy.
What they came for.
Yeah.
We need a
anyone in the water?
Thank you.
He's saying to wait.
Oh, okay.
Listen.
What? Anyone else?
When do we distribute flyers, Vincent?
We'll do. Everybody have it in number one more walk? Anybody have it in number one more walk?
So that's go the other direction, right?
That's on the walk.
So we do the other direction and come back through here. Okay. Oh, you're tired? Your foot hurting. They can rest, man. Don't worry. Listen, it's a choice. We're gonna do this side now and just come around. Yes. No, you can't give up. You need exactly on that side. What's your name there? Miss Thompson? Jaman? Jaman Psalms. Oh, from St. Elizabeth. We're in St. Elizabeth. That's in my constituency. Yeah, that's northeast St. Elizabeth. Yeah, I'm down at Bogue. You know where Bogue is?
Yeah.
So I live in Bogue. Yeah, man. So I'm glad to see you here. Where in Silo are you?
I live here.
You live down here now?
Yeah, I live
in Kingston. Okay, but you're from Silo.
Yeah,
Got it. Yeah, man. I live in St.
I come
Elizabeth.
from Spring.
Springside. Yeah.
I'm gonna meet you.
Yes, absolutely. And you came all the. Let me.
Mr. Cameron, are you here with us? Are you here, Mr. Cameron?
Devon, here's a young lady who wants to see you, who wants you to see her. She is from Silo in St. Elizabeth. She lives in Kingston now, that place called Spring. What do you want to ask her about the march, Devon? Can you hear Devon? I can't hear you. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
So go ahead and introduce yourself in the Psalms.
My name is Joan Psalms. I'm from St. Elizabeth. I'm Silo.
It's low. We're not hearing her so well.
Talk a little louder.
Yeah. I'm from St. Elizabeth. I'm from Silo, from Spring. Well, I live in Kingston for 10 years now. I'm working as a caregiver.
All right. And what brought you to the march today?
No, my daughter told me that they have been marching here, so that's why I come, because I know we need to speak out for our rights. So that's why I came out today. Because so much things happen in Jamaica which is not right, so we need to speak out. If we don't speak out, they will believe everything is okay. We have to speak out for our right, because things is not right now.
You hear that, Devon? You hear that, Devon?
Yes, I hear.
We have to speak out for our right and talk up for the people then.
Yes. So she don't want Jamaica to think everything is okay. So some of us have to come out.
Okay.
It is not okay. People are suffering, people are struggling, and people are feeling pressured by their employers.
Job. People not working.
Exactly.
People out of job, and they're locking down. They are frustrated and they are getting crazy.
Yes.
So they need to do better than what they're doing at the moment. We need a new leader, a different one.
Excellent. All right, thank you, Ms. Psalms. Much appreciated.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Yes. Beautiful, wonderful. I heard that. We heard
loud and clear, Devon.
Yes.
We need a new leader. We need a new way of doing things. But let's hear what Winston is saying over here. Just a second.
Okay. Hey, Mark, you just need to unmute
ourselves out of this trap. Link arms together as the UIC ask, as the UIC demand, as the UIC knows, and lift ourselves out of this. So the post-slavery psyche is still ingrained, and our leaders have failed us by not educating it out of us. They have not taught us They fought Marcus Garvey out of office because they needed to keep the black man down so they could rob and steal for themselves and their succeeding generations. And they are doing that. That's why we have career politicians who are super rich. We have professionals who are leaving their professions to join politics and they're bringing their wives and their sweethearts and their kids with them. Right? And we continue to be poor. Who remember when the bread was $10?
I did. I do.
Now we can't afford a bread unless we have $500. But guess what? We have thousands of acres of arable land that we can plant wheat and other grain products. Even breadfruit can make bread. Yeah. And it's something that is a staple here that grows readily. As we say, we stone dog with it. You understand? But our leaders are not teaching us that, but they readily and eagerly import wheat from these quote unquote first world countries who subsidize agriculture in their countries so their farmers can be rich. And we instead blight our farmers into poverty. Is it any wonder that young people don't want to be in farming? Because they don't see it as part of the MTV lifestyle, the bling and thing. Not lucrative. They don't see it as but farming is lucrative because most of the politicians are farmers. Why would they be farmers if it wasn't lucrative? And then they tell you, let me give you a piece of land to plant some cash crop on. They want to keep you subsistent. Okay, not commercial. It doesn't benefit them for you to be educated and empowered. How can they fix the road and tell you that they do good for you after you pay tax for it? And then you clap and applaud and elect them for 4
They give you
years.
water and tell you that you must clap them after 15 years of no water.
Exactly. We don't have the resources. So I draw in my grasp at straws. But UIC is here to tell you that that day is done. Open up your eyes, people. Look at it and understand.
And what I do not understand, pay for your home once, not to pay tax for it.
Forever.
Right. So why are you? Why should you
perpetual property tax.
pay taxes year after year after year?
Because you're renting the land from the government.
But
you're not an owner.
Most people don't understand how far back that goes. That goes all the way back to even before the Queen herself, to her ancestors, when lords and barons were put in charge of parcels of the king's land and would bring in taxes and spread his court.
Yes.
So that way,
they don't want you to be a property owner. They want you to be, so at all times, you must pay rent to the crown or to the government for your land. Well, guess what? The UIC going to take that out of commission. No more property tax when we're elected. Never. When you buy land, you buy once, you pay tax once, and that's it. You don't pay tax forever. When you buy your shoes, you don't pay tax forever. You pay tax one time, and that's it. So no more property tax.
So the next thing that concerns me deeply, there's a mantra that says land of food and water. Okay, so water is the main point of it. I've walked over the length and breadth of Jamaica. Where I don't walk, I fly. Where I don't fly, I drive. Where I don't drive, I ride. And I was walking across the Blue Mountain Range and I came across 23 cascades of water just coming from out of the earth, coming from out of trees, coming from out of rocks. Just making its own way. 23. And here we have a country where I've seen the water commission turn the water off from children's homes because of lack of cleaning. Turn the water off. Turn the water off. No, I've been to countries where the government provides water. The government provides the water for the people. The people.
My brother United, let me educate you on the nuances behind that. Perfect. The government wants to be your daddy because your father tells you what to do. And that is why they want to tell us what to do in our bodies right now. We don't want a government that does everything for us so they can do everything to us. Right. We want a government that does what we want so they can be what we want. No, water is life. And going into the next 5-10 years, water and food security are two of the biggest issues the world.
Yes, it will be.
China and other countries right now are looking to harvest, colonize, and clean water. Jamaica has it in abundance and it's safe. But if you look at it, because we have this
Joseph, can you go closer to
Our water distribution system is falling apart. Now, we don't want a distribution system that's predicated on freeness. There's nothing free in life. You can't get free energy. The sun has to expel it, and the sun takes something to expel it. For the earth to push out a plant for us to take something from the soil. All right, there's nothing free in life. And as a uniter, we don't expect everything to be free. Some things, yes, because naturally.
That's what I'm fighting for.
So,
And
we don't want
that makes
them,
it not even free either. Eh?
we don't want them to give us water.
Yeah.
We want them to make it possible for us to have clean water security going into the schools. And all the government needs to do is put a framework in place. So they are not the gatekeeper, but the monitor. That's what you want the government to be. And then the country and the people and the business of providing clean, secure water can continue. Because guess what? In the next couple of years, if we play our cards right, we are exporting drinking water.
Hey, look at Singapore. Singapore is much richer than us, and they have to import water because they don't have fresh water there. And yeah, and look at us. We have fresh water freely available, and yet still we are poor.
We're polluting it with
Yes.
pesticides and fertilizers.
We need to
Because
stop
we have
export.
other nationals dictating what happens.
Yeah.
The power is not in the hands of
As we can build our country. That would have been good.
But if you're a doctor and you go to university and you spend 6-7 years in university, and in their university where it's a cash cow, so you spend a fortune on your education. You then have to come out. You then have to come out and go and scrape to a government and be in the government's favor to get what you want. Look at our junior doctors the other day. After they were put in the position of caring for quote unquote COVID positive persons. And I do say quote unquote in respect to those who believe and those who don't believe. Me, I choose to differ. But anyway, they were given a promise. And then when they complained and some of them voiced contrary information, guess how they were brought into line? They were told that despite the fact that the country has a failing healthcare system, we have been told these days that we have one of the sickest population in the world, and we are importing doctors from Cuba as recently as the start of this pandemic. We are telling close to 200 junior doctors that we can't give you contracts. What are they just? Then, as soon as the brouhaha around the contrary narrative broke down, you hear that they're all hired again. We don't see that as a sham to silence these people. We don't see it for what it is. So after you spent 7 years in university and you're now bowing and scraping to the government to maintain your job, will you speak the truth that is contrary to your master's bidding?
No, that's why they want to control everybody.
That is what the government does, because that's how they were taught, and this is how the powers outside, the evil powers outside that they should be keeping us free from, have influenced them.
Yes.
And that's why we want.
And they in turn influence our professionals here. So our doctors can't speak up, our nurses can't speak up, our teachers can't speak up, our public sector workers can't speak up, our police can't speak up. They're being muzzled because the government controls the leash of their economy. And if they speak up, they lose out.
That is why we don't want a government that is everything for us, because they'll expect everything from us.
So the UIC wants to limit the role of government, so the government provides a safe environment, a clean environment, an orderly environment, so we can go about and produce and grow and be our prosperous people. You understand?
But we don't need to look any further than this quote unquote, and I do mean quote unquote pandemic, to see the farce of our government and why we should be demanding every day at the top of our lungs, every single Jamaican, that this government and the opposition itself resign and a general election call where the people have a choice between all the good, the bad, and the UIC. Now, when you look at the pandemic and you hear the figures and the numbers, and people have cried out and say, we need alternative medicines, not your forced medication that your colonial masters, your handlers overseas have told you to give us, that you have borrowed billions of dollars to buy for people who don't want it, and then still getting offered loans to buy even more. And on top of that, it's a national debt that we have already that cannot be paid off of So what, 100 and odd years, and then you want to borrow more money. You want to borrow more money to buy more medication. You see something is fundamentally wrong with that. But let's go even further and look at this.
Let's save this for another day. We don't want to get go ahead. Keep going.
So let's take a deeper look at this and understand why the government doesn't mean us any good. After all your collective voices have said, hey, we need alternatives, and the government realized that the people have power, more power to the people, and the people are demanding of them as they rightfully should. The government has gone and said, you know what, typical in their despicable, dishonest fashion. Say, you know what, we made the medicine available, but guess what? It's only available in the private sector. What that means? You need to go to one of those fancy private hospitals to get it, which means you need to find hundreds of thousands of dollars. When they have already broken down your healthcare system, your public healthcare system, and then they're telling you that they're not making that life-saving medication available to you, struggle. To you who have been put out of a job by dear lockdown, to you who have lost your business to dear lockdown, and yet they're making their medication available to dear rich friends, so dear connected people.
So they take away your money. They take away your money, and then they use your money to buy one option, and then tell you if you want the other option, find money to pay for it.
Yes. That's money that you don't
and
have
that's what
because
they do
they're already
with everything. They took your money, they took your job, they locked down your small business, they cost you your job from the company you're working for. Them take your money, and guess what? Them also borrow money on top of your head. Yes. Because all the money they're borrowing now, we have to pay for it.
And your children and
your children. And at the same time, they also make promises we don't know about. They make promises to people and say, we're going to give you this or give you that. Because I see other countries now losing their assets because the government gave promises to the loaner. And then when they can't fulfill the promises, they just give away our assets. Right now, I see the cockpit country. If you look at the cockpit country, they're just digging out our light. And guess what? Our children will never have that again. That resource will never be there again. It's going to be taken away permanently. And the people who live in that surrounding, they will suffer from the immediate effects of the extraction. And we, the Jamaican people, will suffer the long-term effects of no longer having that asset. You understand? Our watersheds will be damaged. Our flowers, our plants, our animals, our diversity will be damaged. Our air will be damaged. And so here we are, here we are having a government that does all of this. And then they will leave office and get a lovely pension while we suffer. When Andrew leaves office, he will have a prime minister's pension for the rest of his life. What will we have?
So that's 6 point something.
You understand?
I mean that he needs to be in that too.
But he's not gonna be that. He's immune to the debt. Because remember, hold on, watch my friends. Look how he's immune. Look how he's immune. Yeah, hold on. Look how he's immune. When he leaves office, his income is indexed to inflation. So he's getting a current prime minister's salary. But you and me, we now have no such arrangement. How many of us have pension plans so nice around? Anybody have such a nice pension plan? None of us now have such a nice pension plan.
None of us have even NIS?
Yes. And even the NIS, we ain't get that little money. There's nothing because all that money is destroyed by inflation.
Inflation takes it away.
Government agent.
Absolutely. Just like NHT. NHT is supposed to provide home for poor people. But instead it's providing additional income to the government to cover corruption. They get extra money to cover corruption from our NHT instead of giving us homes from the NHT.
NHT's being raped right now. NHT's being raped right now.
Yes.
There's a lot we have spoken about today of what needs to be changed. But we have to understand how the mechanism works. You see, nomination, if money continues to control who get nominated as the representative, it will never change.
Well said, brother.
If dollar voting over you, it will not change. I remember 1 year, the Greener printed that NCB was giving 10 million to PMP, 10 million to JLP. And the poor people cannot see that NCB is voting twice. Whoever wins, whoever wins is theirs. Yes. As long as money finance campaign and determine who get nominated, no matter who you vote for them, because it's the same camp.
Which is why the UIC has a completely different system. Yes.
The rich people.
Here's a simple answer. Hold on. The rich people nominates and the poor people votes. So watch me now. If the rich nominate, you don't have a choice. So if the rich say, I'm nominating Robert and Joseph, we go already represent them. And you now get to vote between the two of you, but it don't matter who you vote for. Because whoever you vote for going to do what the rich pay them for do. So what here we want to do now, the UIC system is very simple. Our system says no more private financing for campaign. Give every single candidate equal access to the people by television, radio, and internet and town hall meetings organized publicly, and everybody get the same access. The one money pay, a small amount of money is paid. The campaign cost is lower, but the access to the poor man to be elected is increased. Right? So now we give full access, equal access to everybody who want to run, and we remove the private big money from controlling the electoral process. But you will never hear the two parties advocating this in parliament, because they know the day that happens, corruption dead. Because you can't buy out the person anymore. They will have the money enough, but they can't spend the money to get the vote. So guess what? The private sector will stop giving them the money because there's no point. The power is now gone. Guess where the power gone to? To the people. Power is going to go to the people. No, you would have heard, you'd have heard in previous election where other parties talk about power to the people, but they only say that to win your votes. What the UIC is doing is changing the system to truly give power to the people.
And it's not just words, it's written.
It's written. This is in our manifesto. It is a part of the new constitution which we're going to bring into Jamaica, which will be for the first time a constitution for the people of Jamaica by the people of Jamaica. A constitution which makes you sovereign, not the queen. A constitution which protects your life, liberty, and property from everybody, including the government. So we're going to make you finally the dominion, the master, the sovereign over your person and your property. And Winston, we're going to make every family a property owner.
There you go. Just
Sorry,
like
my dear.
Singapore.
Yes.
Now, I have to say this.
Okay.
We are a small group, but we are a potent group. And when we leave here, including those joining us on social media, hi everyone out in social media land. So I need you all to understand this. Each one teach one. Everybody here, it's your responsibility to say to your friends and your neighbors and help them understand. And when they don't understand, direct them to us. Because if we don't educate Jamaicans and bring Jamaicans to the point of understanding what this farce, what this trickery, what this slavery is, it will continue for another 50 years.
Absolutely.
And what will happen to your kids? What will happen to your grandkids? What will happen to your grandkids? What will happen to your kids?
And it's getting
They'll be stuck
worse
in the
every
same
year.
It's
vicious
getting
cycle.
worse, yes.
And it is
Yes.
no worse because now they have them marked to use an unapproved medication, a medication that is proven to be dangerous. And at the same time, they're not giving you a choice as to whether or not you want it based on your own risk analysis.
Look on this.
No liability.
Listen,
If you get injured, you're
yeah,
on your own.
you have no liability.
If you get
But hear
injured,
this.
you're on your own.
We all know that science is not perfect. We all know that science is not infallible. We all know that every year scientists tell us that something they thought was right last year or 10 years ago is no longer right. There was a time when doctors prescribed smoking for lung problems.
Yes.
There's a time when if you turn on your television, you'd see a doctor on TV or in the newspaper saying smoking is good for you. Now we know better. 10 years from now, will we know better about this vaccine which they're prescribing? 20 years, will we know better? Hold on. I don't know, I am speaking as one who is ignorant. I'm just asking. I don't know how good or how bad this vaccine is. What I do know is that science is not infallible. So hold on. So when our Prime Minister commit to vaccinating 2 million, 2/3 of Jamaica, when you commit to foreign masters, that you are committing the Jamaican people, committing me, committing all of us, that you never run a campaign and say, vote for me so I can commit you. Hold on. I never hear in no campaign where the Prime Minister said, Jamaicans, vote for me so I can commit you. to taking a vaccine. I never heard. Did you hear that? Anybody heard that?
No.
No. And guess what?
No.
Less than 20% of us vote for him.
Yes.
Less than 20% of us. No, hold on. But him now decide that he's going to commit Jamaicans. He's going to commit 2 million of us, 2/3 of our country, 2/3, to take a drug, to take a medication.
When there's an option.
Hold on. Is our prime minister a scientist? Is our prime minister a trained, what you call them, microbiologist or virologist? Well, the health minister, him they call him doctor, but he's not a real doctor in terms of medical doctor. You understand? So hold on. Where is the panel? Where is the panel of Jamaican technical experts who have carefully studied this and say to us, Jamaicans, after careful study and research, we are absolutely certain that we should vaccinate 2 million of our people.
Even so,
Yes.
we should have a choice.
Of course, I know.
Take
Yes.
It's my choice.
Absolutely.
You have no right, even after
All
the
of that.
studies you
All
have
of
done,
that.
and you determine that
Yes.
it's best for me.
Yes.
If I choose not to, then
That
that's
is your
my
choice.
right.
Absolutely. But at least, yeah. But hold on. But at least if you want to recommend it to us, show us some evidence.
Recommend it.
Show some evidence. Show some evidence. Yes. Yes.
We have a lot of so-called experts, no disrespect meant to them, but they have never worked in a clinical laboratory. Right? So
Yes.
they are only doing peer reviews,
Right.
which if the information they're reviewing is flawed, the
Yes.
analysis will be
Flawed.
flawed.
Yes.
Right.
But even show us the review, they're not even
Yes.
showing us the document that they draw the conclusion
Yes.
from.
In
And
fact,
if you ask them for it, they're going to be in trouble.
in fact,
But UIC has asked.
we have asked. We wrote in January.
The access to information.
We wrote the Prime Minister in January a
And we wrote
very
the
lengthy
Minister of
letter
Health.
and the Minister of Health, and we detailed everything and asked all the questions. And to this day, as a registered political party in Jamaica that has been authorized by their law to operate, they have not answered one question. Not even a return letter.
As a matter of fact,
Not even an acknowledgement.
they've gone so far and violated
Yes.
state law
Yes.
under the Access to Information Act by refusing to
Exactly.
provide us information that their law
Exactly.
says that
Their
they are
law.
required to provide us
Yes.
within 60 days.
Exactly. Yes.
And shouldn't the evidence, we look at the evidence as well, because let's just look at what is really happening. So we're told that we have this pandemic, right? And if we look within our communities, what is your experience? Have you seen, I'm sure, if it is so devastating by now in our own community, we must know
Yes.
5, 6, 7
Yes.
years.
Yes, I know this.
In your community,
Yes.
do you know anybody who have died?
Let's ask the question. Let's take a poll here right now.
Yes.
Anybody here who has known one person who have died from COVID? Raise your hand. You know them personally. Anybody? You know one person died from COVID. So one person. Right. No, hold on. Somebody who you know personally. So you know.
I don't know where he died from.
Okay, right. So do you?
I've been listening.
No, before you talk, I want just a poll. Hold on. I want a poll quickly before you talk. Just a quick poll. Anybody here know one person who they know personally? You know them, meaning you know them close up. Right. Right. So you don't know nobody who dead from it. You have heard person who said they have it and they're better already. You know anybody? 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 Me don't know nobody who personally who have died.
I know personally.
I know one friend of mine in the UK who was sick for 3 months. They said she had COVID and she has since recovered. She was in a very bad state. One friend of mine. I have one cousin who said he had COVID. He was sick for 1 week and he's okay. I don't know nobody else. No, I put up a post on Facebook, a poll, and I asked people to tell me if they know anybody. One person said they know somebody, 2 persons said they know somebody, and the rest, 99% of the people who responded said they don't know anybody. Jamaica only have about 6% supposedly vaccinated. Am I correct? About 6%. Why our hospital not full up long time and whole heap of dead bodies drop all over the place and so on? No. Yeah. No. No, hold on. Don't get me wrong. Hold on. Hold on. 1 second, Winston. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I am not saying it is not real. I am saying it's not real to me yet. Right? Me not say the people in England not see it. Me not say the people in America not see it. But me say me not see it. Right here, so. Me not see it right here, so. Since January last year until now, me not see it right here, so. Yes.
I see a lot of people being shot and killed.
Oh,
That
yes.
I know many persons who have died in Jamaica
every day
because they have been murdered in Jamaica.
Every day.
As a matter of fact, when you look at the poll from January of last year to now, we have about 1,500 and odd Jamaicans that have died from murder.
Yes.
1,120 something from COVID.
Yes.
Now, tell me if it warrants the kind of draconian measures that we have seen. Why don't we do the same thing for murder then?
We have 800,000 students who have been impacted by this. We have 300 babies get pregnant by this. We have over 500,000 people's jobs who have been damaged by this. So hold on. It seems as if the solution is more problematic than the problem.
Exactly.
Winston, you wanted to say, oh no, hold on. You, my brother, your turn.
Yeah. What I wanted to understand or overstand, right? UIC.
Yes.
I fully understand that what you're going after, right? What I wanted to ask, is it in full alignment with the agreement that Jamaica signed September 21st, 1962, which would be the United Nations agreement? I know many drop them guard from the UN because they say, UN corrupt or whatever. But it's not really UN corrupt, it's the people who is in the scene. Now, what I want to point out to you as a leader, as a political leader, that Article 21.3 of the UDH Charter states that the voice of the people is the basis of authority of government everywhere. So that simply means that when we get every 5 years to vote for a person to be the leader of the country, we actually exercising that right. So what they actually do, they try to use that right which you have to suit their purpose every 5 years. Now it is in our power, and it's the perfect time now for the momentum to shift in terms of leadership and the leadership role. Now, why I ask you if you're aligned with the United Nations policies and agreement is that if you are to take over Jamaica now, you will be left out in the deep, right? Good. So we are an international rights movement, right? We study international law. So we think it would be a good idea to coexist with your party, with the movement. My friend gave an introduction as to what you guys are all about, and it sounds very interesting. So he asked me to come and give some further information on international law and how it works. Now, every country has a constitutional law, right? But the constitutional law is governed by the international law, which every member state of the United Nations signed that agreement on their respective states. Jamaica signed the agreement September 21st, 1960, to witness, defend, and uphold human rights. Now, I want to recite the second paragraph of the preambles that come before the third articles. It says, disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in the barbarian acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind. In this present time, it is very obvious what the second paragraph of the preambles have been saying. And if you're going to go forward, my brother, you're a bigger brother, and I love what you're doing, because if I rate my people, I think it's my job. Our job, yes. Because Article 27 gives every human being the moral responsibility, right? So it is in our interest, our responsibility to bring back our brothers, like the Prime Minister, because he has been misled. Right? We don't hate anybody. Our organization, we don't hate, we don't discriminate, because Article 2 of the Charter states that discrimination non-existent. So it is who know better, try to teach who don't know better.
So let me reply to you now. So first and foremost, as we all stand here today, we want to make it very clear that the UN is not greater than the sovereignty of each individual here.
I understand that.
So that's number one. So the UN and any charter, because what I found with all of these international organizations that are come under the UN and so on, they are very good at listing rights, many rights. They even say you have a right to housing.
Right.
They say you have a right to food. Now, the last time I checked, I need to go and produce and earn my own food. Having a right means something that you're supposed to get regardless of anybody else's action. So my right should not be an obligation on you. So for example, my right to my life doesn't obligate you to do anything except to respect my rights, right? No, you don't have to go produce anything. So what we stand for is the sovereignty of each individual, to protect your sovereignty, to make the choices that you think are best for you, provided you do not infringe on my life, my liberty, or my property. And I don't infringe on your life, your liberty, or your property. So if the UN wants to sign on to that, we're welcoming it. Hold on. Yeah, but may I tell you this? I want the UN to know that if they sign on to that, we can talk. But if they have any other objections or any other objectives, and I know they have other objectives and other intentions, and those intentions will not protect my rights. So I do not give them preeminence over my basic human rights. They don't decide my rights. They don't decide your rights. Our rights are determined by natural law. Hold on. Yeah, man, I understand. I know, but they're still taking it away. Because, hold on. Watch me now. Watch me. For example, watch me. The World Health Organization, for example, is a part of that relationship. And they are prepared to sanction and support the taking away of my rights. So guess what? Me not put none of them above me. Me not put no article with them right, no constitution with them right, no letter with them right. The only letter I subscribe to is the one that says, my life, my liberty, and my property is my dominion, and yours is yours. And if any other body in the universe agrees with that, we're brothers and sisters. If you don't agree with my sovereignty, you're my enemy. Whether you're called United Nations or Disunited Nations, it matters not to me. As long as you respect my sovereignty, we are together. If you don't respect it, so we're willing to work with you. We welcome you. We welcome even the UN.
We encourage connected security.
Yes,
so
of course.
You have your sovereignty and you
of
have
course.
If you that platform.
Yes.
So you have the right of self-governance.
Right.
That's what
I'm saying is,
so
we're saying the same thing.
I'm going to him.
My brother, hold on. We're saying the same thing, except that I'm not giving preeminence to international law. I'm saying as long as international law is in keeping with what I just said, we're good. Yeah. Anytime it deviates from that, and it has deviated from that, we have a problem. So that's all I'm saying. Our rights is non-negotiable, and it is not established by any other authority but by us and our collective.
Do you propose this United Nations?
No, to be honest with you, I really don't care at this point. Honestly. But let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. We kind of make you talk a lot today. So let me hear Mr. Wright. Go ahead.
UIC is not an apart of isolationist or has an isolationist agenda. As the president says, we're willing to work with anybody, local or foreign, international or domestic, as long as the principle of freedom, liberty is upheld.
Yeah.
Now, UN used to be an international charter was something that I looked to until I realized that it's selectively enforced. Where large countries hold large stake in UN, and when I understood how the UN came about as part of the globalist agenda at the end of the world wars, when the world was divided, right? So superpowers, I no longer subscribe because the words are just, for example, the US, right? Still black people are subjugated. Hold on, yet still black people are subjugated, systemically murdered by the state, and systemically held down by the establishment. Even though nobody can say anything.
million. And 200 is one person. You have 3 million people in Jamaica. You're going to tell me that when there's 3 million people unite and come together for one common cause against one man, you are telling me that the UN will protect this man? No, no. You know why? You know what? No, hold on. You know why? You know why these corrupt leaders continue? Because the people say nothing, and silence means consent. And if the UN makes an agreement with your leader, and your leader agrees in the UN head, you the people agree. So until you the people stand on your feet and stop giving these hoodlums so much power. You understand, my friend? That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. They have no power, my friend. They have no power, my friend. That's what collective security. So when the leader said that any group or organization that stands for sovereignty, right? That includes the Orthodox. Because guess what now? Remember, I know that the UN is like only one nation of us. And it is the voice of the people that creates everything. Everything. If we listen, I'll support my brother. This again, key leader. When Andrew Boldness go to the whatever Andrew side door, that's what the people. Silence means consent.
Okay, point taken.
What is your thing?
Perfect. What are you trying to find? Oh, yeah,
we are going to be in dialogue.
Come on, we're going to talk some more. Yes, respect. Yes, of course, for sure. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson, can you give us an update now? What are you guys up to?
So we are suffering from rain at the moment. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so we're now trying to make get out of the rain. Hold on. Let me get back in touch with you in just a second.
Okay, no problem. Hey, Mark, how's your camera and your mic now?
Camera, mic, good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on. Yeah, so what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I just reaped some callaloo while I got planted outside.
Oh, what parish are you in?
I'm in Manchester, so self-reliance is my thing, you know.
Okay. Yes, man. Definitely.
But there's one thing I want.
I'm losing you there. I'm not hearing you. Oh, you're muted. Mr. Cameron, you're muted.
You can't have. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm not muted.
I'm hearing you now. You were muted before. I'm hearing you now.
Yeah, you can't have democracy with lies. If you're voting on a lie, that's a problem. Now, we talked about the campaign finance. I was part of the National Integrity Action, and I spoke to one of the gentlemen who was with Trevor Monroe about financing our different political parties by way of town hall meetings and televised debates.
Mm-hmm. It's like you're frozen there.
All right, Evan.
Sorry, one second, Mr. Patterson. One second.
We could only get a sample, a small fraction of the money based on the percentage of the last vote, which means the UIC as a young organization would get practically nothing. And the two political parties would get all the funding that they want. So we were trying to get a more fair system.
Yeah, the rain has come.
Go ahead, Mr. Cameron.
We're trying to get a more fair system where we would have equal opportunity to the eyes and ears of the people of Jamaica. A campaign is about your message. It's not about how many shirts you can afford to buy or how much money you can give people to vote for you. So if the campaign is about message and we are denied the possibility of getting our message across in a medium that can be shared by both political parties, then I resigned. I came out of the NIA because it's a sham.
Mm-hmm.
The NIA, they're actually a mouthpiece for both political parties. I think Trevor Mano is just trying to remain relevant and is doing the bidding of the two political parties, which is actually a duopoly. It's GLP, PMP against Jamaican people. It's a duopoly. It's not a true representative government of the people. And what the UIC is trying to do is to actually give everyone equal access to information on what we are proposing for this country. You have a right to know that who you're interviewing for a job, that they have the qualification and the integrity to lead your country. And based on what we're doing right now, it's a popularity contest among both political parties that are not accountable to the Jamaican people. They're not accountable to us. They're accountable to the people who put them in power. They're handlers. All the Jamaican people do is validate them. So we are made to look like we are giving them power, when in fact, the power is not in our hands. The power is skewed to their system, their flawed system of government, based on nepotism, based on no transparency. And we're not in a democratic country because in the absence of truth, democracy could never be realized. It could never be realized. So we've not been democratic.
100% agree with you, Mr. Cameron. 100% agree with you. And that's why the UIC says that, even with this issue of a democracy, but democracy is where the majority rules and the majority can actually vote to enslave you, like we see happening right now with the mandates and the coercion and the force, right? The majority is supporting that push upon the minority. So the UIC is proposing a true republic. I'm not talking about a Haitian republic or a Trinidadian republic or a American republic or a Russian republic. I'm talking about a Jamaican republic, a true Jamaican republic, something that's literally built by us. It's something that is seen nowhere else on this planet. It's brand new. It's a system that we believe will protect the minority from the majority, as your individual rights and freedoms are now respected and protected by the government. Now, Mr. Patterson had something to say. I think he has an update for us. So I'm gonna.
Yes. I just wanted to let you know that we have now dispersed. The rains came, and after a spirited discussion with a minority group on their concerns about rights and the UN, the rain came, and we dispersed to go home. But everybody left and are safely taken care of. Everybody has transportation, and it was a very healthy meet and a safe one as well. So I want to thank all of you online
who have participated in this with us. We're now traveling back to where we are staying before we head back to St. Elizabeth. As you know, it's a 2-hour drive from here to St. Elizabeth from Kingston. So we're just heading back to where we're staying for the night.
Okay.
Were there any questions on the forum that or comments that you think I should hear about now?
No, nothing really. Just some folks having a little argument, but
yeah.
That's fine. Debate is always important, you know.
I heard the talk about the what you call it now, the campaign financing.
Mm-hmm.
So we were talking about that as well over here, and we were explaining to people that the UIC system of governance does not fund political parties, but rather the system that we're proposing will fund candidates by giving all candidates equal access to the electorate. Once they qualify to be a candidate, they will have equal access to the electorate, and they don't have to find any money from any private donors. And then it becomes a contest of ideas and competences, as opposed to a contest of who has the most money and who is most popular as a result of that.
Yes. So you guys are heading home now to avoid being caught in that curfew, right?
Yes, we have enough time. It's only 11:35 a.m. and the curfew kicks in at 3 p.m. In any event, I'm not afraid of being arrested because I don't respect the Prime Minister's authority for telling me that I can't travel or trade or associate because he said so. I don't subscribe to that, and I don't think any Jamaicans should. But at the moment, the vast majority of Jamaicans are not yet aware of their true human rights, their true fundamental rights. They still think that they should be governed by men or women just like themselves, who can then take away their freedom to travel, to trade, and associate, and even prescribe that they take a particular kind of medication. So we're hoping that this is the start of an education process to let Jamaicans know that they should not continue to condone this kind of behavior by our political so-called leaders, and that we need to stand up and stand out and say enough is enough. So I'm really looking forward to the day when of the 2.9 million people, at least 1 million of us come out on the road and make a clear demonstration that we will not have it any longer.
Yes, Mr. Cameron, any follow-up?
Oh, shout out to Mark, by the way. You know, Mark Cameron is a former vice president of the UIC. I don't know if he was properly introduced earlier, but Mark was instrumental in my campaign as an independent candidate back in 2016. He played a very pivotal role in terms of just helping with the campaign and also being a PR person that opened many doors for us to connect with electorate. So thank you for coming, Mark.
My pleasure, sir.
Yeah.
I think what you're doing is a very good. You're actually educating the people about our rights. A lot of people believe that whatever the government does is law.
Yeah.
And law is not law until it becomes law. No, as far as I know, in my limited expertise in law, but I think people need to understand their rights and responsibilities as human beings in Jamaica. And if we don't exercise our rights, it will embolden these politicians to do as they please.
Yes.
No, back to the vaccine situation, right? You mentioned you don't know anybody that had COVID. Well,
yeah.
You must have forgotten, but I did have COVID.
I know.
And let me say this. The conditions that led me to having COVID were, is classical. I worked in Jamaica for about 4 months. 2 months, hard work. I was building some things here in Jamaica. And when I went back to the United States, I was working in a restaurant for 14-hour shifts, helping out as a consultant. And it was predictable under those conditions that my body was run down and I happened to get COVID. And it was a 3-day event. Now, why should I be penalized? My body was able to overcome this disease. Why should healthy persons pay a price for those who choose not to live a healthy lifestyle? Why should I be penalized for people's behavior? That's not right. I mean, like I said before, COVID is like fire. And if you're dry bush, you're going to burn. If you keep yourself lean and green, then you probably won't get COVID. And if you do get COVID, you're in a better position to fight off this dreaded disease.
You know, so Mark, it would be good if that's the discussion we were having. If the people globally were led in a discussion about how to be healthy, how do we keep ourselves healthy without waiting for the need for a particular drug or whatever? How can we have strong immune systems? You know me, Mark, I've been a vegetarian for a very long time. It's a funny thing. Since this COVID thing has started, I haven't had a cold or a flu for the entire period. It's now 19 months, I think. And I have not had one instance of even a sniffle in a very dangerous pandemic period. So I think we're having the wrong discussion. We should be having a discussion about how to be healthy, how to take care of our bodies. Yeah, that's right. Some callaloo, you know, and some pop chow and some cabbage and some nice yellow yam and
this
some dasheen and pumpkin. And,
this callaloo, this callaloo, I didn't even plant this callaloo. I didn't plant it. And I want to tell you something. It comes right back to your argument about self-reliance. I think we have everything in Jamaica to be self-reliant.
Yes.
And as you know, as a chef, I plan for the next month to eat only products that are grown in Jamaica. That is my challenge, and I'm going to televise it, and I'm going to show our listeners that it is possible. That if we trade among ourselves, it doesn't matter as much how much the US dollar is, because when you trade among yourself, the US dollar, you know, how high it is means nothing.
Well, so the thing is, the US dollar would not be the US dollar would not be very high, Mark, if we were importing less, because the value of the dollar is driven by our productivity. So the lower our productivity and the higher our importation, because of our low productivity, drives down our dollar and drives up the value of the US relatively. So all we have to do in Jamaica is what the UIC is prescribing to become energy efficient, energy secure, water secure, and food secure. If we became food secure in Jamaica, we would cut out at least 33% of our import bill. If we became energy secure in Jamaica, we cut out 40% of our import bill. So right away, 70% of our importation costs can be controlled by us harnessing the sun, the wind, methane gas from bioenergy, and geothermal energy from our earth and the transition between earth and sea. So we have a lot of opportunities here in Jamaica that, because our leaders are so short-term focused, they're really focused on how can they win the next 5 years to control our tax coffers, as opposed to how to build a sound economy that will allow Jamaicans to not have to pay such a high price to exist. And so the UIC is on a mission to change that. And I'm hoping we can open eyes, Mark, with your help and all of us coming together, open the eyes. I know your good friend, Michael Manley, talked about this before, about self-reliance. And that's one thing he and I have in common, is that we need to create a self-reliant Jamaica. The difference between Michael and myself, though, is that while Michael wants to use force to do it, I want to simply liberate the Jamaican people to do it by creating a truly free and fair market economy where the best and brightest among us can build solutions and not be interfered with by politicians. Because once you put gatekeepers in there, we have a problem, right? So we want to open up Jamaica to talented Jamaicans, even who are living abroad right now. We're about maybe about 3 million Jamaicans living overseas. Just imagine if they could come back here, even if it's not full-time and just to invest here, but to do so in an environment which is safe, an environment which is not corrupt, so they don't have to pay off any politician, they don't have to come and beg. Let's say the UIC is in power. They don't have to come and say, boy, we have to friend up Joseph, and get him to give us something or approve something. Instead, the system just open. They can come in and do whatever they want to do as long as they're not using force or fraud, as long as they're not stealing from anybody. The system allows them without any gatekeeper, no government minister that's gatekeeping and saying, no, you have to give me a deal to get in. The UIC want to open it up, Mark, so our bright Jamaicans can come back and build up Jamaica. And that's what's going to happen, right? If we just open up the country, free up the country, and allow thinkers, creators to come and create and produce, because they have an environment which is safe, which is clean, which is orderly, which is well managed, and which is non-corrupt, and they can do what they need to do. That's what we want here. Okay. Anyways, it's lunchtime now. I'm going to go get some food for my wife, who has sacrificed herself all day to assist me with this. And we just drive up to a wonderful place here called Devon House. So I'm gonna go to the Grog restaurant now and get a nice vegetarian meal, some ackee and tofu and rice and peas and something and eat. So don't feel bad, but I have to leave within an hour, yeah?
Yeah, man, no problem. You're heading to my house.
All right, respect. So thanks again, guys. Everybody, big up on yourself. Love you, and thanks for all the support we'll get today. Respect.
Okay, so folks, I have an announcement to make before we close out, and this is a very important announcement because UIC is about action. Sorry, let me mute mics here so you guys can hear me. Mark, can you mute your mic? Great, thanks. Okay, so for years, people say, okay, another march, another protest, but it won't change anything. But I'm gonna tell you why this one will change things. Not just because the UIC will be walking around, all island walk for liberty. We're gonna be moving from parish to parish to parish to parish to parish. But we have something additional to that, something that we can use as a people. This tool that I'm about to announce is not a UIC tool. This is a tool for the people of Jamaica, and we require your buy-in to this tool. We require your signature, your name, your voter's ID, your email address. We require that information so that this tool can be effective. And I'm going to show it to you right now as I share my screen. But first, before I show that to you, I'm going to show you something. So this. Sorry, let me. Okay, so what you're looking at here is an article saying that the St. Vincent government is moving to amend public health bill to make vaccine mandatory for frontline workers. Apparently, this has gone through. So the UIC wants to prevent the same thing from happening in Jamaica. So we have drafted a bill entitled An Act to make it illegal and a criminal offense for a government entity to use force, fraud, or coercion to influence a person in Jamaica to be vaccinated, inoculated, undergo gene therapy, or genetic engineering procedures without their explicit informed consent. And if this person is a minor, the explicit informed consent of their parent or guardian is required to be tabled in Parliament, and signatures are required. This bill is important, and the only way we can table this bill in Parliament is with your support. So in a few days, the UIC will be collecting signatures, will be collecting voter ID numbers for different constituencies, because we will be sending this bill in the mail to all 63 members of Parliament. We will be sending it to all senators. We will be sending it to the leaders of the Jamaica Labour Party and the leaders of the People's National Party. And any MP who refuses to table this bill or refuses to sign this bill or refuses to approve this bill in both the upper house and the lower house will be deemed to not to be suitable to hold their office, because this is a bill to protect the freedoms of the Jamaican people and make it illegal for government to use force, fraud, or coercion in the middle of a pandemic. So that is the announcement that I have to make. I'm gonna get some responses from my panel here on the Zoom, and let me know what you guys think. I'm gonna start with Mr. Raymond Grant here.
Okay, thank you, Devon. I can tell you from now that no MP in the House will agree to table that motion, that bill. But we should do it, but that's going to be the result. The government, the JLP, through Christopher Tufton, the Minister of Health, has already said that they are in favor of making the vaccines mandatory. So I think, not to be a prophet of doom or anything like that, but that is going to be their position. So I don't see any member of parliament actually tabling that bill.
I definitely agree with you. We know that's going to happen, but we are going to do it anyway, you know, because this is the people's bill, right? I'm gonna get a reaction from Marcia. Are you here with us?
Yes, let me just say good afternoon again, and I was so enjoying the discussion. It's almost like they were there talking under a tree, you know, just standing up talking, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it, and the back and forth, and realizing that a lot of what the people were saying is what people are saying here in Barbados and in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and in Trinidad, because I'm connected with all these people, and you're hearing the same sentiment. And so, you know, we're one Caribbean people, and we're thinking and thinking very much alike. I don't know a lot of the legalese part of things, but what I would say I love about the UIC is that is the fact that you're taking a preemptive step. And you're going ahead, because right now, the laws, I mean, they've already amended the laws in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It happened at 3 a.m. This morning, you know, after the Prime Minister was hit, went to the hospital, and they continued. And so it's done. It's done. And, you know, it might be that in Jamaica, that it will never be passed or never, whatever the terminology is that that they use to get it to go through. The point is that you are making a preemptive strike. You're presenting something. You're doing something, and that is always very important. You know, as Caribbean people, that we do something for the people, because you know, we what are we going to do? Just sit down and allow you know, for rights to be taken, and we didn't fight, we didn't do anything, you know, and so I commend you guys for doing that, actually.
Thank you very much, Marcia. And there's nothing at all in law preventing us, the people of Jamaica, I'm not talking about the UIC here. This is a people's bill, the people's bill. There's nothing in law preventing us from ensuring that this bill gets into parliament, okay? And we are going to fight tooth and nail to make sure that we identify all 63 MPs and we publicly call their names out for rejecting this bill if they do. If they don't table this bill in parliament, we will make you know who they are.
Hey, Devon,
yeah.
Can I jump in again, please?
Wait, you are still here?
Well, I was just listening in while I was trying to get my food ordered and stuff. I decided to come over by the Terranova Hotel because our restaurants over by Devon House were closed. But my point is, the bill that the UIC is presenting, I heard what I think it was my good friend name again that spoke before Marcia. What's his name again? My good friend there.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, yes. Here's the thing. This bill that Devon just presented to us, this bill is being tabled by the UIC on behalf of the people of Jamaica to the government and opposition that currently occupies the Parliament building. If they refuse to take the people's bill and say to the people, we are not interested in protecting your rights, then the people will know clearly what they need to do to protect their rights. So they have a choice. They can choose to listen to the voice of the people through a bill that is designed to protect the interest of the people, or they can continue to protect the interest of those whose agenda they seem to be pushing, because obviously they're not pushing the agenda of the people of Jamaica, because at no time at all did the Prime Minister of Jamaica or the opposition leader present to Jamaicans a bill that says they are going to take away our right to choose what we do with our bodies, or that they want to mandate a vaccination or anything like that. That was never a campaign item. So Jamaicans did not vote at all for what they're doing right now. Secondarily, Jamaicans who did vote, less than 20% voted for those that are currently in government, and less than 53% voted for either of the two parties that currently occupy our parliament. So the truth and in fact is they have consistently been losing the support of the Jamaican people to the point where 53% chose not to participate in the election and less than 20% voted for, or a little over 20% voted for the existing government. So this bill is crucial, and it's wise for us to present it because the Jamaican people need an alternative. Right now, the People's National Party is losing support at an alarming rate from its own members. The Jamaica Labour Party is similarly losing support because of how they have managed this so-called pandemic, how they have cost people their lives and livelihoods. And so the Jamaican people are looking for something else, which these two parties are not offering, and the UIC is offering it. We're offering the Jamaican people to, for once and for all, take control of their sovereignty, to become sovereign individuals and stop being a country which is dominated by a sovereign that lives outside the country. We're tired of having the Queen of England as our head of state. We're tired of paying $250 million for a Governor General. We're tired of losing $750 million US a year to corruption. And so the Jamaican people are now looking for alternatives, and we're offering it by, first of all, making it very clear that they are sovereign and we want to protect their sovereignty as individuals. Back to you, Devon.
Wonderful. So next up, I'm going to bring on Ms. Camille. She is the chairperson for the UIC. Are you here, Camille? Camille? Okay.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm driving, Devon.
Oh, you're driving. Oh, I wanted your opinion on or mini presentation just now of the bill, Parliament.
Well, I absolutely love it because, you know, UIC came together to, you know, on behalf of the people and on behalf of the country from the beginning, from the start, the commencement of UIC. So this is just totally in keeping with where our head and heart is, and that's for the sovereign rights of Jamaican citizens who don't even really recognize that we're losing our freedom, our personal rights, you know. And so I love this bill because it's proof in black and white where UIC really stands, and that is for the people.
Yes, and this is something that we're going to be doing quite a bit more often, placing UIC policies in bills. I think this is the best way to communicate properly to the government, the opposition, and the people of Jamaica what the UIC truly stands for. Do we have Michael Morrison here still? Michael, are you here?
Yes, Devon, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What do you think about the presentation of our bill?
Yeah, that is a very good idea to get this out there so that people can know that so that people can get the right to choose whether or not to take the vaccine. But two questions I wanted for you to clarify for me. One, the time frame for the bill to be presented in the House of Parliament, and what is the minimum amount of signatures needed for it to be considered?
So we're working on that. We're working on the petition portion of it, but we're not relying on it. We're more relying. So the bill is completed. It's done. I just haven't showed it to you guys yet. It probably needs some more refining, more editing, but the bill is actually complete. And the next step in the process is to actually print these bills and send them out to all 63 MPs, send them out to the senators, and send them out to the leaders of the PNP and the JLP. And during the march across the island, from parish to parish to parish, we'll be collecting signatures from various members of communities. But we're also going to need the voters' IDs of these signatures, because we want to show the MPs that we have a majority of voters in their constituency that's actually asking for this bill to be tabled in Parliament.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Cameron, you are the last on our list.
Yes, sir.
Yes. What do you think about that mini presentation?
Well, it's a good bill because what it does, it holds them accountable. It holds them to, they have to say yes or no to the Jamaican people, to their freedoms. So I think it's a great idea. I think the parish to parish campaign will definitely garner some support and momentum, not only for what we want to do, would like to do, but in terms of the recognition of our political movement. So I'm all on board, and I'll do whatever I can to support this effort in any way that I can, because it's important that Jamaicans understand that we do have an option and we have a responsibility, not only to ourselves, but the ones that come after us. We are the storytellers for the future. So it's, in other words, a lot of history has been passed down from our elders. A lot of history has been skewed in a particular direction that favors the persons who wants to change your lifestyle. However, we have to be truthful to those that follow us, because we are the storytellers of of our experience, what to do and what not to do. I mean, if I were to look back on my life, and if I think about it, if I know today what I knew back then, or how do I put it? If I knew back then what I know today, I'd have made better choices. So it is crucial that we as storytellers to the future be accurate in our presentation in terms of the facts, not hearsay, but facts, not false narratives like what's been going on around the world today, but being accurate to the truth. I think it's a great responsibility, and we should not take this responsibility lightly.
Definitely. And with that, we are going to wrap up. I want to thank everyone for coming out with us, Walking for Liberty, joining us on the virtual stage, joining us on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, as well as on Instagram. It was really, really, really great to have you here. And the UIC does support, respect your support, and we need more of the support. Share the UIC with your friends and with your families. Okay, and the bill, we're going to be presenting that bill very soon, and we're going to make an announcement soon about when and where the next Walk for Liberty will be. Note, we can't disclose the location too far in advance. So we will be inviting you to join the UIC group for the Walk for Liberty. And that group will be a temporary group, but it's going to be available for quite a while. We might have it for quite a few months as we campaign across the island and ensure that more Jamaicans are aware of the UIC, and to ensure that those 63 MPs and those senators and the members of government are aware that the people of Jamaica really do want a change. So thanks.
One quick question here, man.
Go ahead.
Do you think it's possible that we also put a campaign together for the parishes that are not that don't have anybody seated yet? Mm-hmm. That encourage those who are possibly interested in representing their parish.
Yes.
And while we're on that tour, that they could present their credentials and we could possibly look on them as candidates for the for that parish.
Yes. So that's one of the things that I wanted to speak to you about. Would you be interested in being our scout for that? Because we'd ask them to, they could walk with their resumes. And if people don't walk with their resume, then you can look in the crowd and see who it is that, like, for example, that gentleman that was speaking with Mr. Patterson and Mr. Wright. He's well-learned, educated, and he understands exactly what's going on. So folks like him would make great representation for their communities. And notice what I just said, representation for their communities. I didn't say representation for the UIC. So, right, because MPs are supposed to represent their communities, their constituencies. All right. So
now wouldn't they also have to be nominated? Although they have offered themselves, would they have to get the signatures before we can present them to the people?
So they would have to get the signatures, yes, to be nominated to run in the election, yes. But
right, so just presenting themselves is not enough. They would have to get signatures of people in their constituency.
So we can. So Mark, so we can talk offline about it in detail, because the UIC does have a process to vet UIC candidates, councillor and MP candidates. So we can talk more about it offline, but we definitely need to have a scout, and I think you would fit the bill, a scout on site via the UIC's Walk for Liberty online.
Okay. All right, well, we'll talk about it.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Take care. Good job. Good job, bro. Good job.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Great job, Devon. Great job, everyone. Bye.
It was wonderful. Thank you.
Hey, great job.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Great job, Devon. Great job. Keep it up.
Bye,
hey, great job, Devon. Good job. Thank you. I'm still listening in. But I enjoyed the discussion. What little bit I heard, it was phenomenal. You had Mark on, the chairperson, and all those wonderful folks. So keep up the good work and see you soon. The case and come.
Yeah, I will be there very, very soon.
All right. Respect.
Bye.